the concept of feudal rule, right? Feudal rule. What is the feudal rule, guys? Suppose this is the empire, okay? This is the empire. Got it? Now, this is a king. King is considered as the ceremonial chief, as the ceremonial head of the empire. But the king has assigned this particular area, this particular area, this particular area, and this particular area to certain trustworthy candidates. Now, suppose this is a vassal 1, vassal 2, vassal 3, vassal 4, vassal 5. So, what will happen? Now, the king has decided, he has disseminated, right? Disseminated the power, or I would say deliberated the power of number 1, revenue administration, number 2, military administration, to his faithful. Yes, everybody. So, what is the feudal system? Where the king, he has assigned the role of number 1, revenue administration, number 2, military administration to somebody who is his faithful person, who is his trustworthy person. And what will happen? So, suppose this is a king K. Now, he will be replaced by king K1, replaced by king K2, replaced by king K3. This person will be having the vassals, okay, V1, V2, V3, V4, V5. However, when the K2 will be the ruler, what will happen? Suppose V2 and V1, they rebelled against the king. Okay, suppose they rebelled against the king. Okay, everybody. So, what will happen now? Now, the king K2, he will have only V3, V4, V5, and his area will be reduced, and this two will be two new people, V1 and V2, who will be declaring himself as king. Okay. Yes, the old vassals, they will declare themselves as the new king. Now, let us take the example to make it more easy. Suppose this king is a Gupta ruler. And these people, vassals are the several vassals. For example, V1 is equal to Maukhuri. V2 is equal to Pratihar. V3 is equal to Sashank. V4 is equal to Pushyabhuti. Right? So, different dynasties might be there. So, what is the possibility now, my dear? It is the possible thing that this gentleman Pushyabhuti, he will declare himself as the new ruler. This gentleman Pratihar, he will declare himself as the new ruler. So, what will happen? Now, the Guptas, they will not have the large empire, they will have the smaller empire, and eventually they will be almost equivalent to the other two empires. So, this is the story that how do we understand, how do we see the disintegration of the empire in the medieval period. All right, and this is why eventually what will happen? Let us assume that this V2, he becomes strongest. Suppose he becomes strongest. So what will happen? He will defeat and replace K2. Now what will happen? Now the central authority, the new central authority will become, that is V2. All right. So new central authority will be V2. So exactly you can see the same pattern repeatedly it is being followed in the medieval period. For example, the Guptas were ruling, the Guptas were replaced by the Pushyabhutis, the Pushyabhutis were ruling, Pushyabhutis were replaced by the Pratiharas, Pratiharas were ruling, they were replaced by several people, several dynasties. For example, suppose let us assume that V2 is equal to Pratihara, V2 is equal to Pratiharas. Okay, so they will be replaced by whom? They will be replaced by, right, so many dynasties, and they will be like Chandel, they will be like Garhwal, or basically Chauhans, right? Chauhans, Garhwal, Kalchuri, right? Kalchuri, right? Parmars. So many dynasties will be there, so many dynasties. So overall, what is happening now? What is happening now? So during 600 AD onwards, 600 AD onwards up to 1800 AD, we will have the alternative cycles of the disintegration and integration. Disintegration and integration. All right, this is how the things will be going on. And as I have already promised to all of you that in the next week, or maybe in the next to next week, I would be coming up along with the another marathon where we will discuss only the factual parts, like which dynasty, who ruled, what was the name, what was the decision, etc., etc. Right? So that's also very crucial to be. So these two lectures supplemented with each other, they will be enough for making you success in any examination whatsoever. Right? Now, so afterwards, let us understand about some basic concepts, right? Some basic concepts related to the medieval age, and let us now understand the certain factual data related to the Gupta period, like how was their society, economy and culture. Okay, same society, economy and culture will be there during the Harshvardhans, but yes, in a more depleting manner, Now, so Gupta and later Gupta age. Society and economy. Okay. Society, which was basically a religious society, orthodox, then caste system emerged, pure, right, purity and pollution concept that was there, purity and pollution concept came out. Then we had the emergence of Brahmanical dominance, All right, emergence of the Brahmanical dominance will be there. After that, the retelling of Vedas, Puranas, Ramayana and Mahabharata, etc. All right. Then prevalence of Sanskrit, then growth of literature, science, art and architecture. All right, everybody. So these things lead to the addressal of Gupta period as the golden age. However, at the same time, the depletion of social status of the woman, Shudras, rise of the fifth varna of aspirants, right? Aspirants or untouchable. Then orthodox law books, they denied the rights to them, rights to the women as well as the Shudras. So neither the Shudras nor the women, they had any such rights related to the social position, social prestige during the period of the Guptas, and that's why it is also considered as the dark age when it comes to the social conditions of the deprived sections of the society. Now, coming to the economic part. So economy was largely dependent upon the agricultural expansion as well as the trade and commerce. So depended upon the trade with Roman Empire, trade with Byzantine, okay, trade with Byzantine Empire. Then it had the caste, had the emergence of castes which were emerging out of the various professions, professional guilds. These guilds were called as a nigam or shreni, right? Shreni or nigam. And guys, these shrenis or the nigamas, they were basically dominated by the specific right, dominated by specific castes. Okay, so eventually they had same professions. So now, apart from that, the circulation of currency, right? Circulation of currency became very wide. So when we talk about currency, remember that Mahajanpad age, it had the punch-marked currency. All right, punch-marked currency. Then we have a post-Maurya age, it had the true coins of gold and copper, gold, silver and copper. Then afterwards, here we have the largest circulation of gold coins. Largest circulation of gold coins. These gold coins were called as dinar, and silver coins were called as rupyak. Silver coins were called as rupyak. All right. There were numerous taxes and numerous types of the lands, right? Different types of the lands and different types of the taxes. So lands were basically kshetra, right? Kshetra, kheel, aprahat, okay, aprahat, vastu, gopatsar, right? Gopatsara. Kshetra was the cultivable area, and this kheel was the area which was fallow, uncultivated. Aprahat was the forest land. Vastu was the residential land. Gopatsara was the grazing, grazing you can say areas or pastoral areas. And the taxes were also quite multiple in numbers. Like for example, Bali was there, which was offering to the gods in the sacrifices. Bhag and Bhog was there, offering to the king, and this was 1/6 of the total annual production of the cultivation. Then we had Klipta and Upklipta. These were the sales and purchase taxes and the duties. Then we had Hiranya. Hiranya was basically the tax paid in the cash. And then we had Vishti, right? Vishti. Vishti was basically a type of forced labor. Forced labor in lieu of taxes. In lieu of taxes. So when you were unable to pay the taxes, you had to work for free for the government. Then this is how the taxes were collected. Got it? Now let us talk about another important dynasty of the medieval period, that is Delhi Sultanate. Delhi Sultanate. Guys, Delhi Sultanate and Mughals, they are very important to be understood in the medieval age. And why so? Because Delhi Sultanate and Mughals both provided the great impetus to the entire medieval India, and this is why we can say that probably the medieval India, which suffered, you can say, the integration repeatedly, that medieval India was survived by the contributions of Sultanate and Mughals, and the most important, Vijayanagar Empire. Okay, so these three are the most crucial parts of Delhi of the medieval period. However, during the period of the Cholas and even the Rashtrakutas or the other parts, which we did not cover here, because in that part the concept is right, that is exactly same, but Cholas are more important when we talk about the culture. Okay. So once we will also try to cover the culture in a single stretch of the class, and then we will also try to learn about the Cholas, Rashtrakutas, Chalukyas, because their contribution was more in the field of culture rather than in the field of the politics. Okay. Yes, of course, Cholas made great contributions regarding the expansion of the trade and commerce up to the Southeastern Asia. Right, but we have already discussed the cultural connections between India and Southeast Asia due to them. Similarly, Cholas were also great contributors of the Indian naval forces, or the Cholas naval forces, not Indian, I am sorry. However, those contributions they were bearing the very restricted impact, because the knowledge of the naval forces pursued by the Cholas, that did not transfer to any other dynasty as such. That did not help the native rulers of contemporary period to overpower the upcoming European, right? So that is why in order to measure the impact, we must understand the long-term consequences. Then it is easy to understand it. Now, good afternoon, Nahima. Very good afternoon. Now, just a second. Let me just take a sip of water. Already. All right. So let's continue further. Now, what happens actually when we talk about the Delhi Sultanate, right? When we talk about Delhi Sultanate, what is the most important thing to realize, to understand? The most important thing to realize is the foreign nature or the foreign origin. The foreign origin of these empires. But the nature of exercise of power that was similar to any other medieval rulers. Okay. So those who are thinking that yes, after the advent of the Sultanate rulers, everything will change. But yes, we have to understand, we have to realize it, that when we talk about the Sultanate rule or the Mughal rule, what does change? What does change? It only changes the nature of the origin, the nature of the belief system. Okay. The foreign origin of the rulers or the foreign belief system, right? The foreign belief system. All right, everyone. So they did not follow the faith of this land. They did not follow the faith of this land. They did not follow the language of this land. So they had their own faith, their own language, their own culture, their own customs, rituals, practices, everything. Okay. But what was the similar to this area? Their methods of rule, their methods of exercising their power. They also had their local authorities, their local representatives placed in certain localities and report to the central authority, like that only. Okay, everyone. So this is why we must understand it, that the Sultanate and the Mughals, they will impact the culture, society, tradition, customs, rituals, cuisine, all these things, all the cultural attributes will be impacted. And what will not be impacted? But the political dominance or political methods, they would be similar. They would be similar. Guys, for the methods, nature, the feudal nature of the empire, that will be the same. The feudal nature will be the same, right? That will be the same, and that is absolutely true also. Absolutely true also. So when we talk about the Delhi Sultanate as such, Delhi Sultanate, right? Guys, their origin and their administration, these two are very, very important things to understand. Okay, origin. So number one, They basically emerged from Afghanistan, but they were Turks. Okay. So initially what happened? Initially the Yaminis, right? Yamini, and later Seljuks, right? Later Seljuks targeted the Indian subcontinent, right everybody? For example, who were the Yamini rulers? Mahmud of Ghazni. Seljuk rulers, the successors of Mahmud, right? However, later on what happened? The Ghurids, they arrived and settled. So they were the ones who were actually responsible for making a kingdom in India, the Ghurids, who belonged to the place called as Ghor in Afghanistan. But they were also Turks. Got it everybody? So after that they were followed by Mamluks. Okay everybody, Mamluks. Then afterwards the Khiljis became the ruler. Afterwards the Tughlaqs became the ruler. Afterwards Sayyids became the ruler. And guys, all of them were the Turks. They were all Turks. Okay, whereas Lodhis were the Afghans, right? They were Afghans. Got it? So overall, we can say that the Delhi Sultanate was Turco-Afghan in the nature. Which nature? Turco-Afghan, Turks and Afghans. Got it everybody? Their era is also important to be noted down. For example, Mamluks, they ruled from 1206 to 1290. Khiljis, they ruled from 1290 to 1320. Tughlaqs, they ruled from 1320 to 1414. Sayyids, they ruled from 1414 to 1451. And Lodhis, they ruled from 1451 to 1526. All right. Now, when we talk about the Sultanate rulers as a whole, then we should understand one thing, that what was the temporary period which led to the onset of the rule, and it was nothing but what? Nothing but the Battle of Tarain. Battle of Tarain. First and second. Then Battle of Chandavar. Okay. So Tarain first 1191 AD, second 1192 AD, and Chandavar is basically 1194 AD. All right. So these battles, right? Hello Shobha, very good afternoon. These battles, these two against Chauhan, and this one against Gahadwals. This led to the complete decimation, right? Complete decimation of the pre-existing Rajput dynasties in the northern India, and resulted into the establishment of the Delhi Sultanate. All right. Shobha Rajput ji, absolutely, that is very, very useful, but in the mains only, and only in the parts where certain questions related to the society are asked. All right? आप क्लास में रिप्लाई नहीं करते मेरे कमेंट का. Not exactly like that. I actually try to reply to the each and every comment, but it's not possible practically. No? That's why some of the comments are left. Anyways, so guys, overall we got this basic information. Got it? Now, if we try to understand about the existence, right? Existence of right? And here let me tell you one thing, sorry. So, let us assume that where are the other kingdoms existing here, right? So, have a look on this one. Right. So, just understand it. This area will be the zone of conflict, because here, let me tell you, here there will be the entire area will be the rule under the rule of the Delhi Sultanate, or the rule of the Ghurids. Okay, Ghurids, and this will be the kingdom of This will be the kingdom of Chauhans. This will be the kingdom of Chauhans. Chauhans. Here it will be Gahadwalas. It will be Gahadwalas. Here there will be the Parmaras. Okay, the Parmars. Here also Parmars only. Right? Parmars. Then here we have the Chandelas. Here we have Kalchuris. Here we have Sen. Right, Senas. Here we have Tomars. Right, everyone? So overall, you can see here there were Yadavas. Overall, you can see that this entire area, okay, entire area was ruled by one or the other Rajput dynasty. Right, everyone? It's not necessary, Sobha. One or the other Rajput dynasty. However, the Chauhanas, who were trying to cover the area of Punjab that was already under the influence of the Ghurid dynasty, therefore it became inevitable that the Ghurid would be attacking on the Chauhans. Right? Delhi Sultanate rulers, let me tell you, they were able to conquest, or they were able to conquer the area of Punjab, because Chauhan kingdom was vanished in 1192 AD in the second battle of Tarain. Alright, up to this, the story is clear to all of you. Now let us understand that when Muhammad Ghori, he proceeded from the place called Ghazni, right? And he proceeded to Punjab and proceeded to, annexing the Chauhan kingdom. And Tomars were already under the Chauhans. So next target was Gahadwals. Gahadwals had the capital at Kannauj, right? Kannauj. So that's a very, very important part. Then the Ghurids also defeated the Chandelas and also defeated the Senas, right? They also defeated the Parmaras. So overall, what will happen? Overall, between 1192 AD up to 1206 AD, what will happen? The entire area, this entire area, that will be under the cover of the Ghurid dynasty. Ghurid dynasty. Okay, so this will be the beginning. Now what will happen? In 1206, Muhammad Ghori will die. Okay, so he died. So afterwards, up to 1210, the slave of Ghori, right, slave of Muhammad Ghori, whose name was Qutbuddin, right, Aibak. He will be handling, okay, he will be handling the Sultanate. Right. Okay, everyone. But now there is a twist. There is a twist. Suppose, do not forget that we are following the medieval period, and in the medieval period there is a rule that every central authority has the local chieftains ruling in their respective area. Yes or no, everybody? Yes or no? Tell me. So, if you remember this concept, then immediately you will understand that when I am saying that Ghori's empire was built, immediately you will understand that this area, right, this area will be ruled by different person, right, ruled by different person. This area will be ruled by a different person, okay, and this area will be ruled by a different person, and Bengal will be ruled by a different person. Why? Because they are the local representatives. And who were they, local representatives, guys? Remember, so after death of Ghori, right, after the death of Ghori, what happened? The Afghans, the Afghan area, that was ruled by Tajuddin Yaldauz. Tajuddin Yaldauz. Number 2, Multan area, that was ruled by Multan and Sindh, that was ruled by Nasiruddin Kubacha. Okay. And coming to the Indian part, this area, that means Punjab and UP, etc., they were ruled by Qutbuddin Aibak. And Bengal was ruled by, right, Iwaz Khan. Right, Iwaz Khan. Right, even though there were other people as well, but Iwaz Khan was more influential. So guys, overall the dynasties which were going to follow the death of Muhammad Ghori, they all had the different names, surnames, but one thing which was common in them, that was they all were the slaves of Muhammad Ghori. Okay, everyone? So, for example, in Bengal, Iwaz Khan or even Ali Mardan was also there. So, you can write his name also. So, Ali Mardan or Iwaz Khan, these two people, they were ruling the area of Bengal quite independently, whereas this pink area or purple area, whatever is that, this was ruled by Aibak. This area of Afghan, that was ruled by Tajuddin Yaldauz, and this area of green, Multan and Sindh, was ruled by Kubacha. Actually, these rulers established their own authority, and therefore it was a huge challenge of, in front of Qutbuddin Aibak and his successors to establish Delhi as the center of a huge Islamic empire. Now let us focus upon the emergence of Delhi Sultanate and its administration. All right. So, when we talk about the administration, right, I think we had made it, yes, administration, right. So, when we talk about the administration as such, try to understand that administration is a very, very important part. What is the concept of Islamic administration? Concept of Islamic administration. Guys, do you remember that in ancient age also, the rulers used to take the blessings from the priest, from the Purohitas. Rajyabhishek used to take place, and in that Rajyabhishek or the coronation, the throne was entrusted upon the king in the name of the God, the supreme power. Yes or no? Do you remember that? Similarly, my dear, what happened in the Islamic kingdoms? There used to be a ceremony called as the khutbah. Okay, so khutbah was basically the prayer. It was like a prayer. Suppose if I am considering Khalifa or the Caliph as my supreme, so I will read the khutbah in the name of the Caliph. In the name of the Caliph. So basically, when we pray for our Lord, it is called as khutbah. The common people, the common local landlords, they used to read the khutbah in the name of the Sultan. But Sultan himself used to read the khutbah in the name of the Khalifa. Okay, in the name of the Khalifa. So this is a very important concept, that all the rulers of the Delhi Sultanate, except a few people like Mubarak Shah Khilji, they used to become the rulers as the representative of the Khalifa. This was only theoretical, not practical. So, theoretically, all the sultans were the representative of Khalifa. And who is the Caliph? ये खलीफा कौन था भैया? इतना बड़ा तोप कौन था ये? Khalifa was the spiritual and the religious and the political figurehead, like Pope होता है ना, Pope. क्रिश्चियंस में, ऑर्थोडॉक्स क्रिश्चियंस में जैसे रोमन कैथलिक्स में पोप होते हैं, राइट? रोमन कैथलिक्स में पोप होते हैं, तो मुसलमानों में खलीफा होते थे. अब नहीं होते हैं, पहले होते थे. ठीक है? Yes, Nahima, exactly. So, what happened? So, practically they were independent. All right. Guys, there is another very important concept of that Islamic administration. Like we have this khutbah, similarly we have the concept of the Shariat and Jawabit. What is the name? Remember, Shariat and Jawabit. How many of you have heard this name earlier, everybody? Shariat and Jawabit. Shariat means what? Shariat means the rule and regulations as per the administrations, as per the Islamic law. And what is Jawabit? Jawabit is basically where the modification is possibly done by the emperor or the sultan. So guys, now use your common sense and tell me, in the Delhi Sultanate, who were the rulers who were not ruling as per the Islamic traditions, not ruling as per the Islamic conditions? Yes, reply. Quick reply in the class. So guys, Shariat was practically impossible. Practically impossible in India. Right? Practically it was not possible in India. Got it, everybody? Why so? Because even those sultans, they very proudly declared that we are following the Shariat. But the historians have studied it, and even NCRT and even other historians also tell us that Shariat, implementation of Shariat, that was simply not feasible because a vast majority was the non-followers of Islam. So therefore, either everybody was required to be converted, or everybody was required to be slaughtered, or everybody was required to be to be forced for paying jizya. None of these possibilities were there, because the Sultanate rulers, they did not have as much command as they thought that they would get it, because Rajputs, they had still very strong presence. Even the local representatives of sultans, they were not much interested in spreading the Islam, etc. during that period. So this is why whenever we see or we hear that certain people blaming that Delhi sultans, they were enforcing the people to embrace Islam, it is just the half truth, just half truth. Why? Because the sultans, they were influencing and enforcing the people only in their vicinity. That suppose if you have to become a servant in the Sultanate, then you will have to accept Islam, because non-Islamic rulers, non-Islamic officers, they were not allowed in the Delhi Sultanate for quite a long period of time. In fact, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he was the first person to have taken the services of the non-Islamic officers. Okay? So guys, these are very significant facts which we need to, or very significant concepts which we need to understand. And when we talk about Jawabit, guys, there were certain rulers who were who were important for the Jawabit, like Alauddin Khilji. He did not care for any Islamic rule. He simply followed Jawabit, his own jurisprudence. Muhammad bin Tughlaq, half mad kind of person, but yes, he was supremely genius, and he also followed his own intellect, did not care much for the opinion of the Maulanas, etc. Right? So overall, we can say one thing, that whichever rulers are regarded as the atrocious rulers, the reality is that they did not follow Islamic methods. Okay? Try to understand it. Third concept is, my dear, third concept is basically the Iqta, Khalsa, right? Iqta, Khalsa, and Fawazil. Iqta, Khalsa and Fawazil. Okay, everybody? How many of you have ever heard about Iqta, Khalsa and Fawazil? In the NCERT of class 12th, theme 2nd, as well as NCERT of class 7th, particularly class 12th NCERT 2nd theme, that talks about the travelers like Al-Masudi, travelers like Suleiman and Al-Baruni particularly. They also tell about the books like Kitab-ul-Hind or Tahqiq-e-Hind, right? Tawarikh-e-Hind. So basically these chronicles which are penned by Al-Baruni, or the chronicles like Rehla, which is written by Ibn Battuta, all these chronicles, they tell us about these type of features, right? Not only that, entire Delhi Sultanate was full of so many records which were penned either by the representative of the rulers, or by the local chieftains, or by some court historians. For example, Mahmud Ghazni, right? He came along with his court historian whose name was Utbi, right? Utbi was his court historian. Similarly, right? If not court historian, but the scholar during the period of Mahmud of Ghazni, he was Al-Baruni. So all these people, those who think that these were the barbaric people, they did not know about anything, they did not have anything, absolutely wrong. They already had very well established culture. They already had very well established centers of the learning. For example, if you talk about the Central Asian city of Khwarizm is in Iran. So that was a great center of learning. Nishapur, Herat, Khwarizm, great centers of learning. Bukhara, great center of learning, right? So that does not mean that if they had attacked on India, so they did not have anything to themselves. They had it. Then why did they come to India? What was the reason? Of course, because India was way more fertile, way more rich, way more prosperous than the Central Asian rulers' kingdom. That's why. Okay? Like India and America. India has everything today also. But if you want to go to, if you want to get the better opportunity, you can go to America, you can go to the Australia, etc. Right? But it does not mean that if Australians or Americans, they'll start saying that, oh, India does not have anything. This is absolutely, wrong. Okay? So, same case here also we can understand it. I hope you are able to correlate it. So, guys, what is Iqta? Iqta is the land assignment. Land assignment. Okay? Iqta is the land assignment. Do you remember that? Yes. I hope that you all remember that when we were studying about the Guptas and later Guptas, we had discussed about the land assignment for the purpose of revenue, for the purpose of military, isn't it? So here, what do we have? The land assignment was made by Sultan, by Sultan to faithful, to his faithful. Do you remember? Same line I had written earlier also. Made by Sultan to his faithful, and that means what? That means, again guys, the responsibility of revenue collection, okay everybody, and responsibility of the army maintenance, that will be shared between Sultan and the representative, isn't it? And once again, the distant, the far remote areas, they became connected with the central authority with the help of this Iqtadari system. Got it everyone? So this faithful, the faithful people who got the land assignment, they were called as Mukti, right? Mukti. Okay? They were called as Mukti or Iqtadar. Now, what is Khalisa, my dear? What is Khalisa? Khalisa is basically the land under direct control of central authority, right? Central authority. Got the point? Everyone, are you able to understand it? Yes or no? Iqta and Khalisa, these are very, very important concepts. Otherwise, there is nothing special in the Delhi Sultanate. We only get the questions from this part. Got it? Then afterwards, we have the term called as Fawazil. Term called as Fawazil. What is Fawazil? What is Fawazil? Yes, everybody. Fawazil is basically the revenue surplus. Revenue surplus deposited by Iqtadar to Sultan. Okay everyone? So it is like suppose when I am the chief minister or I am the district magistrate of my district, I am collecting revenue, I am maintaining the law and order, I am having a small army and I have a lot of expenditures. Suppose when I complete every expenditure, I complete every responsibility from the revenue that I had collected from the peasants, from the common people, and still I have some money left, I will deposit that money to my central authority, to my boss. Same is the fawazil. That was the amount sent by the iqtadars to the central authority, to the sultan. Okay, got it everyone? So guys, this is basically about the entire concept of the Islamic administration. Now let us understand about the certain responsibilities which were shared. For example, if we see the division, administrative divisions, right? So these divisions were Sultanate, then we had Iqta, then we had guys, Iqta was actually called as a turf in the Bahmanis, in the Bahmani Sultanate, Bahmani Sultanate of Deccan. Okay, remember that. And then we had Sheikh, we had Pargana, and we had Moja. Okay, this is basically kingdom. This is a state. This is like a district. This is like a sub-district or block. Sub-district or block. And this is like village. Officers were there. Iqtadars, we all are aware. The Sheikh was held by Shikdar. Right, Shikdar. Pargana, it was held by, we can say, Sheikh was headed by Shikdar and Pargana was headed by Chaudharis or Amils. And Mauza was held by Khut and Muqaddams. Okay, everyone. So when we talk about the officers of these administrative units, try to understand one thing, that these officers, they had these administrative units, of course, but the primary purpose was to collect the revenue, nothing else. Administration was also the responsibility of these people, but they did not care for any administration as such. That is why it will be very convenient to say that the local authorities, they were responsible for, they were responsible for the self-administration rather than ruling on behalf of the center. So you can say that practically these people like Khut, Muqaddam, Amils, they enjoyed their own autonomy, they implemented their own taxes. This is why when Alauddin Khilji will come to the power, he will put a restriction upon the local authorities and he will try to centralize the empire properly. Alright everyone, centralize the empire properly. Got it? So this is very, very crucial to understand. Now, when we talk about the changes or the modifications, done by Alauddin Khilji or Balban, both of them. So basically, central authority was like that. Central administration was like that, where the Sultan was assisted by the group of certain ministers, for example, called as ministries, Diwani, right, Diwani Insha or Diwani Mumalik. Diwani Mamlad, I'm sorry. Diwani Ariz. Then Diwani Wazarat. right? Diwani Wazaratan, Diwani Qaza, Diwani Rasalat. Okay, so it was headed by Inshai Mumalik. It was headed by Divana Ariz-e Mumalik. It was headed by Wazir Mumalik. And this was headed by Sadr-us-Sudur. All right. So these were different, these were the different ministries and their head. However, eventually we will observe that certain ministries would be added up by Alauddin Khilji, and certain ministries would be added up by Muhammad bin Tughlaq or Firoz Shah Tughlaq, etc. For example, even this Diwane Ariz and Diwane Wazarat, these were separated. These were separated by Balban. Okay, separated by Balban. Got it, everyone? So that's why they are very, very important. It is very important to learn equally that Khilji will be adding what? Khilji will be adding Diwane Mustakharaz. Diwani-e Mustakharaz. Khilji will also be adding Diwani-e Barid. Diwani-e Barid. Right. Yeah, Diwani-e Baridi. Got it, everyone? And there will be, right, another important addition, that is Diwani-e Riyasat. Diwani-e Riyasat. All right. So overall, these ministries will be added up additionally. And if we talk about certain positions which would be added up, right, so those positions would be the Barid-e Mumalik. All right. This would be Riyasat-e Mumalik. And the officers known as Mustakharaz, right? Sir Mustakharaz. Okay. So these officers will be responsible, right? These officers will be responsible for managing the various things. Like, for example, Barid, they will be taking care of the, invigilations and intelligence department. For example, Riyasat-e Mumalik will be in charge of markets. Then Mustakharaz, Diwane Mustakharaz, he will be responsible for the payment of the arrears, right? Payment of the arrears to the kingdom, right? So collecting the additional taxes from the peasants would be the responsibility of Diwane Mustakharaz. So guys, these were added by Khilji. Similarly, the addition will be made by Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Okay, so Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he will be adding few officers. Position of them, Nahima, yes, I told you the work also. I think I told you the work also. Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he will be responsible to add Diwane Amir Kohi, right? Diwani-e Amir Kohi. Diwane Amir Kohi. This is basically the agriculture department. Okay, everyone. And who will be the officer? Amir-e Kohi, right? Amir-e Kohi will be responsible officer for the agricultural matters. Then Firoz Shah Tughlaq, he will be adding up the Diwani-e-Shafa, right? Diwani-e-Shafa. Okay. And afterwards, he will also be adding as the Diwani-e-Bandagan. Bandagan. Okay. And it will be, right, it will be Muhammad bin Tughlaq, right? No, not Muhammad bin Tughlaq, but yes, Muhammad bin Tughlaq only. And both of them, they are responsible to add the Diwani-e, right, Mamlat, right, Diwani-e Mamlat. So Diwani-e-Shifa, the department of medicine or hospitals and medicines, hospital and health. All right, and Diwani Bandagan, department of slaves. And the Mamlat means the general administration of the capital and palace. Guys, these are certain important additions done by several rulers in the Delhi administration or Delhi Sultanate administration. Apart from that, the Delhi Sultanate rulers, they also made the contributions in the art and architecture or in the society, etc. So we need to understand the connection between the society and culture during the Sultanate. Okay? Society and culture during Sultanate. And economy also, right? Economy, society and culture during Sultanate. All right, everybody. So we will now understand about the society, economy and culture, right? So kindly confirm if I'm audible to all of you, yes or no. I hope it's completely audible, it's completely visible to everybody. There is no issue. Okay. Now, when we talk about the Delhi Sultanate's Delhi Sultanate's society, economy and culture, one thing which is very, very important, because we have understood the basic concept completely. There is no need to understand anything else. Okay. Absolutely not required that who was ruling and what was happening. Nothing. Just one thing, that if we talk about the economy, guys, economy was actually very much depressive. I would say that it would be depressive for the Doab farmers, right? For the Doab farmers. Who were the Doab farmers, by the way? Doab farmers were basically the Ganga Yamuna plains, Ganga Yamuna plain region, that particular area of the farmers. So they were not at all happy in the entire period of Delhi Sultanate due to the continuous enforcement of the high rate of taxation, once by Alauddin Khilji, second by Muhammad bin Tughlaq, third by Sikandar Lodi. So continuously, one after the other, they used to be used to bear the burden of this entire administration. Now moving further, when we talk about another aspect, right? Remember the fact that the Sultanate's economy, it saw the growth of industries. Guys, this is a very, very important point to note. The Delhi Sultanate's period saw the emergence of the growth of the industries or emergence of industries. Why so? Because the weavers or the weaving technology, particularly the looms and metallurgy, right? Metallurgy, particularly the metals and oxides and metallic oxides, ceramics, these things. Apart from that, the export of jewelries, indigo, right? Indigo means which indigo? Dyes, indigo based dyes. Guys, all these were very crucial part of the exports which were taking place from India to the other parts of the world. So India that used to export at that time, she used to export the things like indigo based dyes, the cloths, woven particularly, the cotton textiles, silk textiles, as well as the various metals, metal and oxides, as well as the ceramics produced out of that. And the last but not the least, the most important in fact, that is the stone industry, right? Stone industry. The stone industry was probably the best. In fact, the stone-based catapults were also constructed in India, and the stone balls as well as the stone, you can say, artifacts or the statues, etc. Yes, statues. The Sultanate rulers were not abolishing the export of the statues because that provided them the money. This is why I always keep on saying that we must not generalize everything. Same Sultanate rulers, they destroyed the temples and the statues to win the confidence of the religious leaders, and the same Sultanate rulers, they did not object upon the export of the statues and the particularly the marble statue, the sandstone statues to the other countries. They enjoyed it because that gave them money. Okay. So economy was largely agrarian. The major source of income was agricultural tax. However, the industries were also flourishing, and the major urban centers included the cities like Bayana, famous for indigo, cities like Multan, famous for the swords and artifacts, cities like Delhi, famous for the jewelries and artifacts, cities like Varanasi or Banaras, famous for the cultivation of rice as well as for the production of silk. The various cities, particularly in Bengal, it was a great center of the export of cotton textile, right? So all these were the economic aspects of Delhi Sultanate. When we talk about the society and culture, guys, society and culture, so society was dominant by the native faiths, for example, Hinduism and Buddhism, but Hinduism was more common as such. However, the beginning of Indo-Islamic synthesis, right? Indo-Islamic synthesis or cultural synthesis that started during this period. Example, in the cuisine, in the dresses, in the language, etc. Then we talk about the literature. Guys, literature is a very important aspect of the Delhi Sultanate's era. Particularly during the Sultanate period, every ruler, either himself or through the scholars, got his kingdom or his imperial period chronicled. Okay. In fact, some of the scholars like Minhaj, right, And scholarly works like Minhaj us Siraj, okay, Minhaj us Siraj, this scholarly work is very famous. Then Khazain ul Fatah, right, Khazain ul Fatah, Khazain ul Fatah, that is also a very famous work. Then Fatahad-e Firoz Shahi, right, Fatahad-e Firoz Shahi, Fatahad-e Firoz Shahi. All right. Then Tabaqat-e Nasiri, right, Tabaqat-e Nasiri. All right. And even the travelogues like Rehla, the travelogues like Tawarikh-e-Hind, Tawarikh-e-Hind, right. All these became very prominent works describing throughout the era of Delhi Sultanate, describing throughout the you can say features related to the society, culture, economy, political decision making, everything that was greatly described. So one very positive aspect in this era, that was the recording of the incidents. For example, if you know the name of Ziauddin Barni, or if you know the name of Amir Khusro, they lived during the period of several rulers, and they have described in quite detail about the chronicles, about the features related to those ruling authorities. So that's why it's very, very crucial. Okay. Now, culture. So as I told you that intermixing of the culture was very important. So initially, Qutbuddin Aibak, he would be destroying the temples to construct the monumental, right, architectural monuments. Iltutmish, he will start slowly to build the independent buildings, however, with the help of demolished debris of the pre-existing temples. But it will be Alauddin Khilji who will begin to construct a completely independent monument, and that example will be the mosque, right, near Sambhal, right, the mosque near Sambhal, and that will be called as, right, actually it was constructed by probably Mubarak Shah Khilji, right, probably Mubarak Shah Khilji. So okay, so Mubarak Shah Khilji is, right, is attributed to create or to construct the first pure Islamic building or pure Islamic mosque. That is without destroying, okay, without destroying a temple. Jamaat Khana. However, certain sources they give the claim to Mubarak Shah Khilji, but the other sources also tell it to the work of Alauddin Khilji, right? So that is a different thing. Guys, the question arises that if the cultural synthesis is true, then why do we see the clashes with the Rajput rulers, or why do we see the clashes with the other native rulers? It is because the political conflicts were taking place, not the cultural conflicts. Remember that. Cultural conflicts, that used to be one of the features, but political conflicts were the actual reason behind these type of battles, be it the battle between Alauddin Khilji and the ruler of Ranthambore, right, or be it the battle of rulers of Bayana or Kalinjar with the several other contemporary rulers. Now, so I hope it's clear to all of you. Now moving further, if we talk about the nature, right. So here in culture, what happened? Tughlaqs, okay, Tughlaqs started the intermixing of the cultural features in the architecture, natives in the Islamic architecture. Right, everyone? So, for example, we can say the various features inspired from the Gujarat and also from certain parts of the Deccan as well as Rajasthani architecture, like the presence of the canopies, the presence of the you can say chhatra or canopy, that's basically, and also the cornices, right, the cornices, etc. They all became the features of buildings of Delhi Sultanate, even the sloping walls, etc. Right, sometimes the curved roofs were also used. So these all became the features of Delhi Sultanate's building during Tughlaq period. Got it? Not only that, if we talk about the other aspect, I hope that everybody will agree to this particular question. Sometimes there is a question that why Iltutmish not Aibak called as founder of Delhi Sultanate. So guys, even this is also having the similar reasons as we have studied till now, that whatever we studied about the Delhi Sultanate, be it their administrative system, right, be it their regular and powerful authority, right, be it their cultural impact, be it their economic strength, right, everything in this empire that was contributed by Iltutmish, not by Qutbuddin Aibak. For example, it matter of administration, be it Chahalgani, right, Chahalgani or Iqtadari, all the systems were formulated in India, Delhi Sultanate, by Iltutmish, regular and powerful because his dynasty ruled for long period of time. Cultural impact, so started construction of independent buildings, right, independent Islamic monuments. For example, the tomb of tomb of Sultangarhi. Okay, then economic strength, so devised the taxation policy, devised the currency system, right. So taxation policy, guys, remember that there used to be 4 taxes called as khams, kharaz, jazia and zakat. And if we talk about currency was also decided by Iltutmish only, who issued tanka and jeetal. Later on, what happened? Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he introduced the currencies like adha and beach. Okay, so taka was basically silver Jeetal was copper. Adha and Beach were copper. All right. So all these things. Good evening. Very good evening, Gurjant Singh ji. Gurjant Singh Kazal. Very good evening. So all these things were actually introduced by Iltutmish, and that is why Iltutmish is regarded as one of the, in fact, the true founder or the real founder of the Delhi Sultanate. All right. Now, let us move to the Mughals. Let us move to the Mughals. And why so? Because when we talk about the decline of Delhi Sultanate, right? Decline of Delhi Sultanate, it becomes very easier to correlate with the Mughals. Why? Because in the declining phase of the Delhi Sultanate, when we see the rule of Muhammad bin Tughlaq and Firoz Shah Tughlaq, this was the zenith. This was the zenith or the peak of Sultanate, and started to decline from there only. Started to decline. Okay. And what were the reasons behind it, everybody? The reasons behind it? Reasons were various, but number one, the disastrous decisions of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. The empire, the Sultanate could never recovered, okay? Sultanate could never recovered. Got it, everyone? Similarly, if we talk about the another reason behind the Delhi Sultanate's decline, what could be the other reason, everybody? Other reason could be that the religion was attached into administration, and Iqtadari, it was made hereditary, right? It was made hereditary by Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Now, this became a big reason behind the decline of Delhi Sultanate, everyone. And in fact, let me tell you that religion was attached into administration. What does it mean? Implementation of the jizya, right? Implementation of the jizya. Jizya by Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Okay, that actually resulted into the great descent as well as the great descent. So resulted into the decline at a very rapid speed, right? Then apart from that, pathetic rulers of later Tughlaqs and Sayyids, etc. And therefore, what will happen? Therefore, the emergence of the regional powers like Jaunpur Sultanate, like Kashmir, like Multan, like Malwa, Bengal, Gujarat. Right, everyone? And Vijayanagar and Bahmani. So all these, they emerged during the period of 14th century, right? During period of 14th century. And you can see that in this period, the complete Delhi Sultanate would be disintegrated. It would be completely disintegrated. And one reason that is not mentioned here, because that is a very special reason. In fact, the biggest reason, that is the foreign invasions. The foreign invasions. Number one, the invasion of Timur. Right, invasion of Timur. Timur's invasion. So Timur's invasion, it partially annihilated, right? It partially annihilated the Delhi Sultanate. That means the Tughlaqs were completely demolished, and the petty rulers of Sayyids, they were established. That means what happened? That when we talk about the Timur's invasion, Delhi was completely devastated and the regional kingdoms emerged. Still, Delhi was able to remain at least in the place, because the Lodhis, they came thereafter and they were able to regain their position. However, the second invasion which was from Babur, that resulted into the complete annihilation of the Delhi Sultanate. And this time, I hope that you will be able to reconnect it, because this time Babur, he simply uprooted the Lodhis from Delhi and Agra both, and resulted into the complete demolition of Delhi Sultanate, establishment of the Mughals that was there. Got it, everyone? I hope it's clear to all of you that this is the reason behind the decline of Delhi Sultanate, and both the invasions, they are to be understood combinedly. Got it? Combinedly. Now let us focus upon the Mughal dynasty. Guys, when we talk about the Mughal dynasty or Mughal rule is especially known for what? Especially known because what is important for the examination purpose, what is highlighted in the NCERT? The NCERT actually highlights the contributions from the Mughals in the field of administration and culture. Administration and culture, nothing else. Got it? So we just needed to have a referral mention of the Mughals as the rulers, as well as we also needed to understand their administrative pattern. Got it? Their administrative pattern, particularly the taxation, the revenue, all these are very important because most of them are still being followed either with certain modifications or with similar type of implementations. Okay, everyone? So let us understand it one by one. So here, when we talk about the political history of the Mughals, why it is important to learn? Because the sequence is very crucial, right? Sequence is very crucial. Who was the founder? Babur. Okay, Babur was the founder. Babur ruled from 1526 to 30. Then who was the next? It was Humayun. Humayun ruled from 1530 to 40 and 1555 to 56. Then who was the next? Akbar ruled from 1556 up to 1604. Then who was the next? It was Jagir, and he ruled from 1605 up to 1627. And then it was Shah Jahan. Shah Jahan ruled from 1628 up to 1658. And then there was Aurangzeb who ruled from 1658 to 1707. All right, everyone. So I hope it is absolutely clear to all of you. Now we will focus upon the various factors, upon the various incidents, not on the battles, etc., but upon the administrative contributions and the cultural contributions. Okay, everybody. So when we talk about the Mughal administration, which is the basis of our NCERT, got it? It actually consists of the two types of administration, that is number one, revenue, number two, the army, the armed forces. All right, armed forces. However, there is a fusion between the two as well. What is the fusion here? So when we talk about the revenue system, remember that agricultural revenue was the most significant, right? And that was done by Zapti system. Okay. When we talk about revenue of Zapti system, it is also called as a Dahsala. Or it is also known as the Dahsala ya Zapti Bandobast or Aine Dahsala. Got it? There are several names for it. Got it, everyone? Then we also had the armed forces organized with the help of the Mansabdari. Okay. Just a second. Mansabdari. This is the basis of the Mughal administrative system in the armed forces. Now, what is the meaning of this Mansabdari and Dahsala? Remember the fact that Mansabdari is basically, it is inspired from the Mongol system, okay, Mongol army system. We will understand it one by one completely. Got it? So first of all, let us talk about the agricultural revenue Zapti or Dahsala system. What is this Zapti or Dahsala system? Just have a look, everyone. Okay, so let me make it a little bit short and then place it here. All right. So when we talk about Zapti, what is the meaning? Guys, Sher Shah Suri was the precursor of it. Okay. So Sher Shah Suri, he was the precursor, or you can say the pioneer, under whose rule Raja Todarmal, he had initiated this system, okay, founded it. If you remember, or if you should remember, in fact, there was a system called as the Ray and there was a system called as Ray and Zapti. Har saal. When we talk about Ray and Zapti har saal, what is this? Ray is basically the rate, the cash rate of crops per year. Okay. So accordingly, what was the rule? Whatever crop you are growing in your field, every crop was assigned, or it was to be assigned a particular value called as ray, and in that particular value, that particular ray, it will be having a register to be maintained, and that register will be present with the every officer who is responsible for the revenue collection. Okay, everyone, this is the system of Sher Shah Suri. This is the system of Sher Shah Suri. Let me just brief it once again. Listen very carefully. The officers who are responsible for the revenue collection, those officers, they will be having one register in their office. It will contain the cash rates of every crop which is cultivated in that area. Now suppose you are cultivating the wheat. You have only 10 kgs of wheat to be paid as the tax. But in the register, it is mentioned that the wheat rate of the wheat for this year, it is 5 rupees per kg. So now either you can pay 10 rupees, either you can pay 10 kgs of the wheat as a tax, or you can pay 10 kg of wheat into 5 is equal to 50 rupees total as a tax. So eventually we can say that the Hasala system during the Akbar, it was just the continuation of the Japti Harsal, which was devised during the period of Sher Shah Suri by the same person who did it for Akbar, Raja Todarmal. However, when we talk about Japti or Japti Harsal or the Hasala system, in that the Hasala system takes the average production per unit area for the average of 10 years. This is why it is very, very scientific. Like, for example, suppose government is collecting the tax from us upon the basis of our annual income. But what will happen? That if the government will be asking to give the tax upon the basis of the last 10 years of your income. So average of the income in last 10 years, on the basis of that you have to pay tax. And yes, all of you will agree that it is a more balanced type of approach. It is a more balanced type of approach. So this is why it was very, very essential and very useful also. Got it, everyone? I hope everybody understood this point. Okay. So Akbar, what did he do? In the period of Akbar, basically the cash rate of the crops per unit area of production, that was fixed, or that was fixed on the average of the 10 years. And therefore what happened? Therefore, when we talk about just a second. When we talk about the rate of, or the actual, the demand of revenue, or the demand of land revenue, guys, this land revenue demand was stated, it was stated in the rupees per bigha. So this is basically the entire system which is making the Akbar's method a little bit special. Here the rate was actually more refined and more scientific, more balanced. That is why the same system was continued for several years, in fact the centuries. Got it, everyone? So the demand of the land revenue was stated in the rupees per bigha. So now it could be very well calculated that suppose if you are cultivating wheat or cultivating the gram or barley, anything, That does not matter. Every crop will have a stated rate per unit bigha or per rupees per unit or rupees per bigha. For example, suppose you have a 2 bigha of land, you are cultivating rice, and rice is stated like 3 rupees per bigha. So 2 bigha of land, 3 rupees per bigha, that means 6 rupees total tax amount will be deducted. This is how the Dahsala system was working. But one very important thing to note down, that is, even the land was also categorized into the different parts, different categories during the period of Sher Shah Suri and same Akbar. So Akbar was actually, he was just continuing the reforms of Sher Shah Suri. Now, categorization of the categorization of land or cultivation land. So Sher Shah Suri, what did he do? He had simple categorization like Ala, Ausat and Kharab. Ala, Ausat and Kharab, these were the 3 categories of the land, where the Ala land was basically the top grade quality of the land, very fertile, well irrigated, high per capita yield or high per unit area yield. That means the rate of taxation was high, approximately 2/3 or sometimes 50% to 60% rate of tax. Ala. Ausat, usually 1/3 of the tax was charged. Land was not highly fertile, not highly productive. Kharab, that was usually the wasteland or the fallow land, where the rate of taxation was very less, as well as the frequency of cultivation was also irregular. Got it, everybody? This is the categorization under Sher Shah Suri. Okay, Sher Shah Suri. Now, when we talk about the categorization under Akbar, then we must understand one thing. Akbar had different types of the lands. For example, Polaj, then Parti, then Chachar, okay, Chachar and Banjar. Okay. So what was the rule here? What was the rule here? When we talk about Polaj, Parti, Chachar, Banjar, I will not exactly tell you the rate of taxation, because that will become very much in detail, beyond, much beyond the NCERTs. Even some of the standard books also, they don't cover such type of things. So it's okay. We will simply understand the meaning of that. So Polaj, Parti, Chachar, Banjar. Polaj is the area which is cultivated every year. Okay. What is Parti? Parti is basically the land which is cultivated alternative years, like 1 year it is kept fallow, uncultivated, and the next year it is cultivated again. Parti, empty for 1 year. Then there is a Chachar. What is Chachar? Chachar is basically such type of area, such type of land which is cultivated after a gap of 2-3 years. That is Chachar. What is Banjar? Banjar is that land which is usually uncultivated. But if it is to be cultivated, more often like 5 years, 6 years, more than that gap is to be given for the restoration of the fertility. Guys, the rate of taxes were least, okay, least tax rate and the highest tax rate. Highest tax rate. Okay, highest tax rate. So these were basically the different categories of the land under the period of Akbar. Now we will understand about the different types of the different types of the land revenue assessment system. However, even that is not also given in the NCERT. So don't worry, we will be actually, I will be bringing the dedicated lectures about the various features of the medieval, not in the form of the marathon, of course, in the form of the discrete separate lectures. And there we will cover everything in very much detail. Got it? This is just to give you a brief overview based upon NCERTs as such. Now talking about the armed forces Mansabdari and their arrangement. So guys, when we talk about the Mansabdari, right? Mansabdari, yeah? Just a second, spelling is mistaken. What is the meaning of the Mansab? What is the meaning of the Mansab? Mansab means what? Mansab means rank. Mansab means rank. All right. And if we talk about the Mansab or the rank, just have a look on this point. Mansab is basically rank, but rank of what? The rank in the ranking system in the military. In the military. All right, ranking system in the military. And this was inspired from the Mongols, as I told you, inspired by Mongols. All right. There used to be the basic concepts implemented here. Basic concepts like this entire system was based upon Jat and Sawar. All right, everyone. Jat and Sawar. What is the meaning of Jat and Sawar? Jat is basically the number of soldiers. Basically, it is infantry. Infantry. And this is the number of the riders. That is basically the cavalry. Right, cavalry. Guys, remember one thing that when I am saying to you that the responsibility of army was shared by the emperor with the trustworthy people who were given the authority of the Mansabdar or rank in the army. Understand one more thing. Actually, when we talk about the Mansabdari system, apart from Jat and Sawar, one more important concept is there, and that was basically the Tajweez, right? Tajweez. What is this Tajweez? Tajweez is basically the recommendation. Okay? Recommendation made by noble to the emperor for any one to get a mansab. Now, this is a really crucial thing to understand, because without it, it's simply impossible to avail the Mansabdari system or avail to the Mansab in a Mughal authority. So this is why Tajweez was an integral part of the Mansabdari system. I hope you got the point. Absolutely clear. Now, guys, if we talk about the other aspects, here, let me tell you one important thing. There were the various categories of the Mansabdars. In fact, if we talk about the works compiled during the period of the Mughals, like Akbarnama or like Tabkate, not Tabkate, but Fatwa-e Alamgiri. So, Akbarnama and Fatwa-e Alamgiri are the two seminal texts which provide us the concrete information about the Mughal administrative and revenue systems, etc., existing respectively during the period of Akbar, that is Akbarnama, and during the period of Aurangzeb Alamgir, that is the Alamgir. Okay, so basically Fatwa Alamgiri, sorry for the name that was actually forgotten, Fatwa Alamgiri. So that actually, these two books talk about the several grades. In fact, they talk about more than 66 grades of the Mansabdars. But more often we just mention like a few grades, like 3 to 4 grades, nothing more. All right. So here the categories were defined on the basis of the Jat and Sawar ratio. Jat and Sawar ratio. So the first category where Jat upon Sawar, that is actually if I am just saying this one, not ratio but the comparison itself, right? So Jat is equal to Sawar. Second category, Jat is less than Sawar. And the third one, where the Jat greater than the number of Sawar. Sorry. Greater than the number of Sawar. Now, what does that mean actually? Suppose if I am telling you that you are a Mansabdar of 5,000 Jat. So 5,000 Jat means you will be having 5,000 soldiers, out of which it is possible that you will be able to have like 2,000 Sawar. 2,000 Sawar. Okay, guys, there is a little bit mistake. I'm sorry for that. Jat is less than Sawar, not possible. Okay, so Jat is equal to Sawar. Jat is greater than half, greater than twice of, right? Just a second, little bit of confusion is there. So let me just brief it here, right? 5,000 Jat and 2,000 Sawar is there, and after that we have another grade where 5,000 Jat and 5,000 Sawars are there, and then we have another grade where 5,000 Jat and 4,000 Sawars are there. So basically, when you see the number of Sawar is actually greater than the half of the Jat, that is one rank. Okay, everyone? And look, just have a look on this one. The number of Sawar, that is greater than half of the number of Jat. That is one rank. That is one rank. Second rank is what? Second rank is where the number of Sawar is equal to Jat. And third one is basically where the number of Sawar, that is less than the half of the number of Jat. So these are the three distinct categories. Okay, everyone, three distinct categories. Now I hope it's absolutely clear to all of you. I think I got a little bit confused in between. I'm sorry for that. Now here, there are other groups as well, like there are simply Mansabdars. Okay, Mansabdars. There are the Amirs. Okay. Then there are Amir-e-Umda. Amir-e-Umda. And they are also called as the Umrah. Then there are Umda-e-Azam. Umda-e-Azam. They are also known as the Amir al-Umrah or Amir-e-Umrah. Basically, these names are quite variable. If you observe the contemporary sources, you will find the different names. Why so? Because the different rulers used to give the different titles, and therefore there is a lot of diversity in the name, in the nomenclature system. However, what is more important to understand, 5,000 Jat rank. Okay, then 500 to 2,500, then 2,500 to 5,000, and 5,000 plus. Okay, and there was another category, the fifth one. They were called as Khan-e-Khana. Khan-e-Khana. 7,000 plus. So guys, actually in the period of Aurangzeb or in the subsequent periods, that is even after the Aurangzeb, which will be during the Muazzam or during the rule of you can say Farrukhsiyar, etc., we will have the Mansabdars having the 15,000 ranks. So that's why it is not very important to remember and by heart each and everything. But yes, it's quite crucial to understand, because this indicates the distinct categories, at least during the period of greater Mughals, that is from Akbar to Aurangzeb, right? During that period, Akbar, Jahangir, Shah Jahan, Aurangzeb, these four rulers, these four categories were, or five categories were important. Got it? Now, I also told you that there is a fusion combination between the Mansabdari and the system of revenue. What is that fusion all about? Let us understand. So when we talk about the fusion, that is called as Jagirdari system. Okay, everyone, Jagirdari system. What is a Jagirdari system? Actually, there is a process, right? There is a concept that the Mansabdari, right? Mansabdari system, it has the cash payment or cash salary. Okay, everyone, has the cash salary. Remember, this is a very important point, and I can guarantee that 90% people will think that Mansabdari is having the no compulsion as such. Yes, Mansabdari was originally planned to have the cash payment. Got it? But later on, what happened? Later on, the extension of the mansab, right, mansabs, that resulted into the cash crunch, isn't it? The cash crunch was there. Afterwards, what will happen? This cash crunch will result into the assignment of land areas. Guys, do you remember? Now, I think this is a very funny thing, very interesting, and those people who love and enjoy studying history, their laugh, their smile will be there on the face. In the very beginning of the medieval period, when we were studying about the Guptas and all that, we had discussed that the alternate phase of the integration disintegration that will occur, and eventually the one feature will lead to the another feature automatically without any additional support. Here, Akbar, he initiated a huge establishment of the huge empire. He was successful, but after the empire became extensive, huge, then the number of the officers became very large, and the number of the officers became large, then it was not possible or not practically possible to give the cash salary to each and everyone, because it was very difficult to manage. Yes, right now. So what will happen? The same thing will happen. Same thing will happen which took place during the period of Tughlaq, took place during the period of the Guptas, right? What is that? Decentralization. But how will this decentralization happen? It will happen because the assignment of the lands would be made to certain Mansabdars, right? Land areas to some Mansabdars, leading to the emergence of Jagirdari system. Jagirdari system. Now guys, this Jagirdari system is comparable to the Iqtadari system. Remember, comparable to the Iqtadari system. And not only this, if I am saying that it is comparable to the Iqtadari system, however, it is not same as the Iqtadari system. Why so? Because suppose this is the empire, okay, this is the empire. However, if I am saying that this empire has got like total 8 different units. So one unit is called Iqta. So this is Iqta 1, Iqta 2, Iqta 3, right? Similarly, like that only. Now, when I am saying that how many Jagirs are possible, and each Iqta in the Delhi Sultanate, each Iqta is granted to a separate Iqtadar. But in the Mughal period, what is the difference with Iqtadari system, everybody? Difference with the Iqtadari system is basically, just a second. Difference in the Iqtadari system is basically, here the Jagir could be of any size, okay. So like this is a Jagir, this is a Jagir, so this is Jagir, right? So we could have like Jagir 1, Jagir 2, Jagir 3, Jagir 4, Jagir 5, Jagir 6, numerous Jagirs. So Jagirs were more flexible, more convenient, and smaller in the dimensions, smaller in the management. It was easier to denote or to indicate particular Jagir for any particular ruler or particular Mansabdar. So basically, Jagirs were also the land assignments, but of the variable sizes. Iqtadar or Iqtas were the right. Iqtas were the land assignments, but large size, provincial size. So here we can say one thing, that it is comparable to the Iqtadari system, and also it is comparable to Tarfdari system. Remember, which dynasty had the Tarfdari system, everybody? Tell me in the comment box quickly, I want the answer. Now, there were different types of Jagir. Okay, everybody. What were those types? Number 1, Tankhwah, right? Tankhwah Jagir. Number 2, Watan Jagir. Number 3, Mashrut Jagir. Right, Mashrut Jagir. Yes, exactly, Native. Exactly, Nahima. So, when we say that Tankhwah Jagir, Watan Jagir, Mashrut Jagir, guys, what is the meaning of that? What is the meaning here? Tankhwah Jagir means salary. In exchange of, in lieu of salary. That means the very system about which we are talking here. Watan Jagir, the home cadre, home cadre to Mansabdar. And Mashrut Jagir, additional responsibility to manage another Jagir. Then we had the Waqf, the religious grant. So guys, these were the different types of the Jagirs. But let me tell you that now the story of disintegration has started. Mughals are going to be declined. So this Jagir is what? This Jagir is actually the land to be assigned. And what is the Khalisa? Khalisa is the land to be kept reserved for the emperor. So guys, Mughals also had these many variations of their lands, Khalisa and Jagir and Waqf. All these were the different categories of the lands assigned administered in the Mughal period. Got it, everybody? Now let us talk about the administrative officials, who are again a very crucial part, very, very important part. When we talk about the administrative officials, guys, remember one thing, that the central authority, it had the officers like Diwan, and Wakil Wazir, right? Wakil Wazir. It had the officers like Bakshi or Mir Bakshi, Mir Bakshi. Okay. And Sadr us Sudur. Then Qaza or Qazi al-Qazat. Okay, guys, different types of officials were there, quite similar to the Delhi Sultanate, not much different. Only the language was a little bit different. For example, if you look at this Diwan and Wakil Wazir, so Wakil Wazir is very similar to the Naib of Delhi Sultanate. Right, everyone? It was a very special post. It was very special post which was occupied by Balban in the Delhi Sultanate. After him, there was no one called Naib, and this is a very special post occupied by Bairam Khan, after whom there was no one called as the Wakil Wazir. So this is the position especially created for Bairam Khan and position especially created for Balban. Right, everyone? Then we have the Mir Bakshi. Mir Bakshi is comparable to the Arize Mumalik of Delhi Sultanate. That means the commander-in-chief. And we have Diwan, which is the Diwane Wazir. Right? Diwane Wazir, basically the finance minister, finance and revenue. Then we have Sadr Sudur, basically religious grants, and communications, and Qazi al-Qazat, related to the religious head and chief justice. Chief Justice. So all these people, they were in the central authority. Similarly, we also had the officials at the provincial level. All right, everyone. In the provincial level, however, we were having the system of administration. If you remember, we had studied in the Gupta period. Do you remember that? Gupta period. Or let me just compare it with the Mauryas, Guptas, and then the Mughals. So in the Mauryas, in the Guptas, and in the Mughals. Right. And here it is very same. For example, state and district, sub-district and a village. Then Mauryas, they had a state called as Prant, Guptas, they were having the state called as Bhukti, and district was called in the Mauryas as Janapadas. Sub-district was called as Sthan or Dron. Villages were called as Gram. Here it was called as Bhukti, then it was called as right. Apart from Bhukti, there were the just a second. Janapadas, or Janapadas were actually categorized into two parts: the Nagaras and the Gram. Okay, Nagaras and the Gram. So we have the villages standing equivalent to the parts of urban areas, right, everyone? So we can see that the local administration had become quite disintegrated and locally administered in the period of the Guptas. Whereas in the Mughals, we have the provinces called as a Suba, then we have districts called as a Sarkar, then we have Pargana, and we have Mauja. All right, Pargana and Mauja. Prant was administered by the Kumar, right? Administered by Kumar. Janpad was administered by the Pradeshika, and it was basically, right, Sthan or Dron, that was administered by the Sthanamukhas, Drodmukhas, or sometimes also called as the you might have heard about Rajukas, who used to administer the rural parts. Then Gram were headed by Gramabhojikas, right? However, they used to have several assistant officers also, but that does not matter. Similarly, in the Guptas, we had the Nagaras headed by the Nagarashreshthi, right? Nagarashreshtin, who were assisted by the several officers such as Pustapala was there, such as Adhikaranas were there, right? So these were the different officials. Pratham Kulik, Pratham Kayasth, these type of officials were there. These are very factual things which we will learn separately whenever we will do the factual parts, right? In the Mughals, however, Bhukti was headed by Uparika, Okay. Now Suba was headed by Subedar, also known as the Sipah Salar. Sarkar was headed by Amal Guzar and Faujdar. Pargana was headed by the Amin and Chaudhary. Mauja was headed by Muqaddam and Patwari. So we can see that in the period of Mughals, the administration became more segregated and more sorted. Number of officials at the local level, they became even more as compared to the Mauryas or as compared to the Guptas, because there used to be the officials like Amin Chaudhary and Qanun Go. Not only that, Amal Guzar, Faujadar and Khazanadar. Right? So they were also the officers at the level of district and sub-district. So that means that the expansion of the agriculture resulted into the greater responsibilities of the revenue collection during this period. Got it, everyone? So this is the entire description, you can say summary of the description given in the NCERT class 12th and also in class 7th. Now we will learn about the decline of the Mughals, and after that we will enter into the modern period. All right, everybody? So, learning the decline of the Mughals. Guys, art and culture part, that will be done separately. That's not the part of the history in this fields. Okay. Actually, that is a part of the history, of course. We will cover that portion as well with the hints of the history. But before that, let me give you just an overview so that you do not feel disconnected at all. Actually, as you are able to see that during the period of Akbar, Jahangir, Shah Jahan, what is happening? The prosperity is existing. The intermixing with the native population that is taking place. They are also able to collect the maximum revenue due to the reformed system of the revenue collection, proper administrative mechanism, proper land revenue assignment. Therefore, what will happen? The monetary surplus will be there with the empire. This monetary surplus, it will contribute to the emergence of the architectural marvels. Not only that, during the period of Akbar, Jahangir and Shah Jahan, the great deal of experimentation will take place where the Persian and indigenous features, they will be merged together to lead to the construction of certain great monuments. For example, Akbar, he constructed the forts inspired from the Rajputana style, particularly at Agra, at Allahabad, that is Prayagraj at present, and at Lahore. The similar type of construction was also extended by Shah Jahan during his period, who constructed the fort at Delhi called Shahjahanabad. Also, he expanded the fort of Lahore. When we talk about other contributions from Akbar, he constructed a great Buland Darwaza in his new capital called Fatehpur Sikri nearby Agra, and that Buland Darwaza was inspired greatly by the architectural marvels of Persian style. Alright. Similarly, Akbar was also inspired by the indigenous features where he constructed the Jodhabai Palace and constructed the Birbal Palace, etc. Not only that, he took inspiration from the Buddhist and Gujarati architectural styles, mixing them and constructed the Panch Mahal in Fatehpur Sikri. Okay. Apart from that, Jahangir, he took inspirations greatly from the Persia, and his father-in-law, who was himself a Persian, right? So he constructed a great mausoleum for his father-in-law Itmadud-Dawla at Agra. That is the first Mughal building constructed completely in the white marble and had got a very flattish and double finial dome, right, which is the very monumental achievement. However, when we talk about the double dome structure, that means the bulbous and neck having dome, that is the construction which appeared first in the Humayun's tomb, which was constructed by Hazi Begum, the widow of Humayun, during the reign of Akbar. All right. Then we talk about the other creations during Jahangir. So he was more interested in the visual arts, particularly paintings, etc., and also interested in the creation of the scenic gardens. Whereas Shah Jahan, he was more interested in the construction of the architectural jewels like the Pearl Mosque, Moti Masjid. Right, everyone? Guys, there are total 3 Moti Masjids. One constructed by Shah Jahan, second constructed by, in fact, yes, there are total 3 Moti Masjid constructed by Shah Jahan and Jahangir and Aurangzeb. However, the Jahangir's Moti Masjid that does not survive, it's I think Jahangir probably did not construct it. Shah Jahan and Aurangzeb, they constructed the Moti Masjid. Actually, the Jahangir's Moti Masjid is not there. It is the Moti Masjid of Shah Jahan, which was constructed at Lahore, and Moti Masjid of Aurangzeb was constructed at Delhi. Yes. So that is basically the contribution, and we need not to talk about Taj Mahal. Of course, everybody knows about Taj Mahal. That is one of the most perfect buildings constructed ever in our medieval period. And Ustad Isa and Ustad Lahori, right? In fact, Abu Lahori and Isa, these two were the 2 great architects who were responsible for construction of the Taj Mahal as such. Guys, but you need to recheck the name because these facts are slightly blurred in my mind. So I do not exactly claim any such authority on this particular name. But yes, Isa and Abu, I think these are the names. Surnames might be a little bit different. When it comes to the construction of other monuments like the buildings of Shahjahanabad, that is in Red Fort, that is in Delhi, right? This was actually the great contribution from Shah Jahan as he shifted his capital back from Agra to Delhi, right? However, Aurangzeb, he would be very much reluctant in giving any such promotions to art and architecture, apart from constructing few rudimentary buildings, one at Delhi, Moti Masjid, one at Aurangabad, that is the city of Khidki in Maharashtra. That was the Bibi ka Maqbara, and one more structure will be constructed by Aurangzeb at Lahore called as Badshahi Masjid. So these structures were contributed by Aurangzeb. However, the other arts and literature, etc., literature was proliferating, but arts, they were prohibited by Aurangzeb because he did not believe in promoting the painters, etc. So that's why the painters started deserting the court of Aurangzeb later. But when we talk about the decline of Mughal Empire, the contribution from Aurangzeb becomes momentous, very huge. Why? Let us understand. Decline of Mughals. So, long-term reasons and short-term reasons or quick reasons. I am not writing the immediate reasons because the Mughal Empire did not decline immediately. It always is regarded as the declination which took place quite slowly over a long period of time. So when we talk about the long-term reasons, there are various factors, particularly the policies of Aurangzeb. All right. Second thing, you can say emergence of Marathas. Third, Jagirdari crisis. Jagirdari crisis. Fourth, stagnancy in the army and warfare techniques. Apart from that, we have the quick reasons such as the court, right, the courtiers infights, or I would say the infights among the nobles, Number two, it would be inefficient successors. Number three, disintegration due to invasions. Number four, impact of European advent. All right, European advents. So there are quite a lot of reasons behind the declination of or decline of the Mughals. But we will see each of them which are important. Policies of Aurangzeb, that is the most important factors. Why so? Because be it the Deccan policy, be it the Rajput policy, be it the religious policy, all of them, they were completely failed. Right, everyone? And Jagirdari crisis is another big reason that led to the infights, led to power struggle, and led to financial bankruptcy. Right. So we can say that, just a second, that all these factors, they led to the extreme pressure upon the huge Mughal Empire, huge, in fact, extremely large. In fact, the size of the Mughal Empire itself became detrimental to the interest of the Mughals, because they were in the need of extensive control over the huge areas, and without the modernization of their administration, without the modernization of their administrative mechanism, without the modernization of their ways of transportation, it was very difficult to manage this huge size of empire. However, the policies of Aurangzeb, what is the Deccan policy here? Basically, Aurangzeb, after the demise of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj in 1680, within next 2 years, Aurangzeb almost became a permanent settler in the Deccan area and initiated the military campaigns against the Bijapur Adil Shahi, against the Barid Shahis of the Bidar, or Qutub Shahis of the Golconda, or Nizam Shahis of Ahmednagar. All these were targeted by Aurangzeb because these kingdoms were the remnants of Bahmani Empire of the 14th, 15th century, and they were the Shias. Aurangzeb, he was a religious fanatic. He did not support the existence of the Shia kingdom. That's why he decided to invade the Deccan and annex. But the particular or exact reason, it was that the Deccan had become the hotbed of the trade and commerce. It was generating the handsome revenue because of the European activities, and this is why Aurangzeb wanted to grab the entire Deccan area in order to ensure the more and more revenue from the coastal activities of the Europeans. Got it? Apart from that, but yes, in order to control the Deccan, he spent actually a huge sum of revenue. Extensive expenditure took place, resulting into the complete financial breakdown of the Mughal treasury. Then emergence of the Marathas, if we talk about that, Rajput policies and religious policy. Actually, Rajput policies and religious policies, they are interlinked. Aurangzeb was lucky enough to receive the services from the great Rajput commanders like Maharaja Jaswant Singh or even Mirza Raja Jai Singh. However, after the death of Maharaja Jaswant Singh, what happened? Aurangzeb started implementing the fanatic policies even on the Rajput kingdoms, who were till then immune from any such implementations, like the destruction of the temples or like the imposition of the jizya. So this actually infuriated the Rajputs, who, these were actually very able commanders of the Mughal Empire, and they withdrew their support. That's why the Mughal expeditions, they did not yield in the great result as such. Got it? Then if we talk about religious policy in general, the religious policy had aggrieved several groups like the Jats or Marathas or the Rajputs or the Sikh, even the people like Guru Tegh Bahadur, the people like Chhatrasal Bundela, or the people like even Chudaman, the ruler of Bharatpur. All these people, they were greatly infuriated by the religious narrow-mindedness of Aurangzeb, because this was completely in contrast with the predecessing Mughal rulers. Right, everyone? Apart from that, the emergence of Marathas played a very handy role in the decline of Mughals, particularly because the Marathas acted like a complete borrowers, right? If you understand what is the meaning of the borrowing, right? So the Marathas were actually acting like borrowers for the Mughal Empire, and they made it completely hollow, okay? And this is why it's very, very significant to understand that the Marathas, even though they had very small kingdom during the reign of Aurangzeb, there was a very small kingdom, right? Just for example, suppose this is the Deccan. So Marathas were only present in this area. Just let me show that area to you. Marathas were present only in this small area. Right. This was the area of the Marathas during the rule of Aurangzeb. Very small. However, they were still able to inflict a great impact upon the weak Mughal links, like you might have heard about Prince Muazzam. The Prince Muazzam, who became later on the ruler of Mughal Empire with the name Bahadur Shah I, Shah Alam I. This ruler, who ruled from 1707 to 1712, he was imprisoned. Even Prince Akbar was also imprisoned by Aurangzeb. Why? On the pretext of getting aligned with the Marathas against Aurangzeb. So Aurangzeb was basically very conspicuous type of personality. He did not even believe his own sons as such. And yes, he was right, because he himself had imprisoned his own father. So how could he believe? How could he believe his own sons, right? He was very practical and pragmatic minded. Then apart from that, Jagirdari crisis, yes, of course, because the number of Jagirdars increasing rapidly, but the land area is limited, na. However, not in NCERT, but Shekhar Bandyopadhyay, he suggests that actually Jagirdari crisis, even Sumit Sarkar also suggests that Jagirdari crisis is a fake problem, because Aurangzeb was not ready to give up his share of the Khalsa land, which he held up to 40% of the entire Mughal Empire was directly controlled by Aurangzeb. That was huge area, huge. It resulted into two things. Number one, mismanagement. Number two, the unrest among the Jagirdars, because they were not having the enough area to be distributed and to be shared. So that is why Jagirdari is entirely, this crisis is entirely credited to Aurangzeb for for going to be the reason for destruction. Then stagnancy in the army and warfare. Guys, Babur, who advented into India in 1526 with the use of Tulugma, okay, Tulugma system, the use of heavy artillery, etc. No, these were the stagnant thing. Babur had also used it, Aurangzeb was also using it. Yes, it is true that the muskets were also introduced and the matchlock guns were also introduced. But those muskets and matchlock guns, they were no match to the European guns, which were continuously evolving. And guys, since the 16th century onwards or 17th century onwards, the entire world was dominated by the gunpowder empires. And those gunpowder empires, they were actually responsible. They were actually responsible for what? For ruling the vast areas, huge areas, and that's why Mughal Empire was one of them. So this is why, what happened? This is why when there was no innovation as such, Mughals started to decline. Guys, remember that there was a method of army organization under the Mughal rule. Basically, the soldiers were of two types. The soldiers were of the two types. Number one, Ahadis and Dakhili. Okay, Ahadi and Dakhili. Ahadis were basically the temporary or ad hoc soldiers. They were expert fighters, freelancers. Oh, Shiva Prasad ji is from Karnataka. Welcome, Shiva Prasad. Welcome. So recently I was just talking about the states of Bidar, Barid Shahi of Bidar and Gulbarga particularly. So Gulbarga is actually Kalaburgi, isn't it? The same. So guys, we should understand one thing, that the Mughal soldiers were recruited by two types. Number one, Ahadi, and number two, Dakhili. Dakhili were the direct recruiting. For example, like today we are entering into the army with the recruitment process and all that, permanent soldiers, right? Dakhili. Ahadis were the expert commanders who were hired for their expertise in certain warfares. However, these Ahadis, they were given the big responsibilities, but they were proven to be the, you can say the white elephant. Why? It is because they actually switched the sides also. They started changing the sides. Wherever they got more money, they switched the side. Same thing actually happened during the invasions of Nadir Shah or during the invasions of Ahmad Shah Abdali. It was a very common thing. And these Ahadis, they were not outsiders. Ahadis were basically the designated commanders who were controlling a certain area, but with an autonomous approach. Got it? So this is why it's very important to understand that these policies resulted into the complete decimation, the complete disbandment of Mughal Empire, along with the various other regions, like the nobles were fighting continuously and inefficient successors. Because see, I believe in one thing: no matter how much bad situation is, if you are capable, if you are powerful, you will handle every situation with complete grace, complete efficiency. If the rulers who followed Aurangzeb, be it Shah Alam I, be it Jahandar Shah, be it Farrukh Sir, Muhammad Shah Rangila, or be it any other ruler after him, okay, doesn't matter whosoever, none of them were actually capable to withhold the downfall of the Mughal Empire by their capable policies or capable resources. They had the resources, at least up to, I would say, up to the rule of Muhammad Shah Rangila. They had the resources. You can say disintegration due to the invasions and impact of European advents. Of course, because the repeated foreign invasions, particularly from the northwestern frontiers, first of all Nadir Shah, then followed by Nadir Shah, there was his successor and grandson Ahmad Shah Durrani. So these two invaders, they resulted into the catastrophic devastation of the Mughal Empire, resulting into the permanent lapse of their authority over the Indian subcontinent. However, the formal demise was written in the hands of, or by the hands of, British authority, who had persisted with the nominal Mughal crown up to 1857, and they buried this crown in the Mandalay, right, not in the Mandalay, I'm sorry, Rangoon, in 1862, when Bahadur Shah Zafar, Bahadur Shah II, he died as the last Mughal emperor in 1862 in Rangoon jail. So that is the story of Mughals and the end of the Mughals. Now we will enter into the modern period. All right. Now, so anybody is feeling tired or so, guys? Everybody is fresh. Let us start the modern. I can bet it that we will study the modern history in such a manner. Probably you will get the complete conceptual clarity. However, I promise to all of you that I will also bring up a dedicated session for the entire modern history with the complete combination of the concepts as well as the great amount of facts and details. And trust me, this is not for the SSC or any other one-day examination. Whatever I have told to you, it is not going to help in the one-day examination. I'm really sorry for that. You will be getting certain facts, some of them are missing. But if you are attempting the UPSC examination, if you are writing the mains examination of the state services, trust me, this lecture is going to be the game changer. All right. So this is why we should be very much selective, because I am not catering the general audience as such. I am catering to the dedicated candidates who are in the need of some well curated programs. So that's why let's focus on the modern history. All right, everyone, modern history. Okay, so here, modern history, why is it important? Why is it important? It is important because when I say, okay, so when I say modern, so modern means what? Modern means the modern value system. Modern value system. What is the meaning of the modern value system, everybody? What is the meaning of that? Modern value system means it is basically the preference to materialistic worlds over the theological. Got the point? Materialistic world is preferred over the theological. What is the meaning here? That means the human interests are preferred over the religious interests. Right? Where the system of feudal or feudatory vassals, that is replaced by the public ownership. For example, what is the meaning of the feudatory vassals, everybody? It means that some selected people, they will own the property. All right. And what will happen? Rest all will be or would be subservients. But here the property is held by those among the people. But guys, remember the concept always. That is always gonna help you out. Now, when I am stating that the people in the, right, those who are the common people, they will be holding the property. But we are all aware that ultimately what will happen? Some people will hold more property and the other people will hold less property, resulting into what? The conflict. Why? Those people having the more property, they will become the capitalist. Those people who will having the less property or no property, they will become the landless people or the propertyless people, laborers. And eventually what will happen? The socialism will take place. Socialism means the revolutionary grabbing over the properties of the capitalist class. After that, the public will be having the equivalent shares of the property. But due to the lack of choices, ultimately some of them will be revolting against the socialism. So this concept of alternating, formation and disintegration of one concept and replaced by other concept, that is continuously happening in our historical period. The change is the only constant thing in our history. The change is the only constant feature. All right, everyone. So remember these points. So what is going to happen here? The features like education, participation, then welfare, liberty, equality, freedom, etc. They are going to be the game-changing ideologies in the modern period. Got it, everyone? Let's get started with the modern period. So before we could start, let me just give you a brief story that what happened and what led to what, right? Just look at this map behind me and you will be able to understand it. Right. If you look at this map, or if you look at this particular, now here there is a location of Britain and France. Okay. And here we have, all right. Okay, so guys, just have a look on this one. Have a look on this basic map. It's a very basic, and I'm not claiming that it is accurate and such. But what does it tell to you? It actually gives you a brief overview that how did the modern period, how did this modern period emerge, and how did it reach to India, the modernity, the feeling and the thoughts of the modernity. Basically, there is a story that the year is 1453. 1453, what happened? The fall of Constantinople. The fall of Constantinople. Okay, everyone. Where is Constantinople as such? Constantinople is located, it is located here. Okay. Constantinople is located here, right? So what will happen? What will happen when Constantinople is there? Let me tell you that fall of Constantinople means there was actually a fight. There was a fight. The crusade was going on. Crusade means the holy war. Crusade was going on between the Christians and Muslims. Okay, Christians were led by Roman Catholics, and Muslims were led by the Ottomans, right? Ottoman. All right, everyone. Listen to this story. It is very, very interesting. Very careful. So there was a religious war going on between the Muslims and the Christians. This war was actually in the favor of the Muslims, and why so? It is because this entire area that was already captured by the Muslims, particularly this entire area was already captured here, right? Entire area was already captured in the favor of the Muslims as such, right? And this is why, what was happening here? What was happening here? The Arabs, they were ruled by the Ottomans in that particular period. However, when we talk about the trade routes, right? The trade routes with the Europeans, right? With the Europeans as such, guys. Right. Remember the fact all right. Guys, here let me just tell you one thing that when we talk about the trade routes between India and Europe, as well as the China and India, so these particular trade routes, or this trade route, okay, everywhere, or this trade route, basically the trade route here, the trade routes which took place are here, right? Guys, the land trade routes and the oceanic trade routes. So number one factor is the religion. Number one factor, that is religion. Second factor is the trade. So you have to remember one story, that there was a fight going on between the Muslims and the Christians. These Christians, they were actually having the control over the European areas particularly, and they were having the fight with the Ottomans, right? Where was their capital? Their capital was located here at the Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire. All right. These Christian kingdoms of the Europe, they ruled, and they actually traded with the India and China via land route and oceanic route. Oceanic route. However, in order to trade with China as well as India as well as Southeast Asia, right, as well as Southeast Asia, what was more important? The more important was, right, more important was to have the access to this particular place, right, everyone? Because for the spice, cotton textile, indigo, fragrances, rice, wine, jewelries, all these things were actually, spice, silk, all these things were actually traded by the oceanic routes. And therefore what happened, when the land route and oceanic route both were grabbed by the Ottomans, and particularly this place was grabbed by the Ottomans, what happened? Now the entire route of the trade between Europe and India, that was blocked. That was completely blocked. And this resulted into the efforts from the European side to search for the new trade routes. Got it, everybody? However, only the desire of searching the new trade route is not enough. They should have the potential, they should have the capability of searching the new trade routes. This is why what happened? This is why the influence of the Ottomans is very, very important to understand, because the Ottoman invasion or the Ottomans capture resulted into, right, it resulted into what? Into the migration of Greek scholars, Greek and Roman scholars, who were aware about Indo-Chinese, right, Indo-Chinese scientific traditions and Greek liberalism and Arabic knowledge of geography, Arabic knowledge of geography and climate, right, everyone? So they were actually aware about these things, the scientific traditions of the India and China, as well as the knowledge of geography from the Arabs, as well as the philosophy, thought and democratic ideas from the Greek and Roman culture. These scholars were aware about all these things, and eventually what would happen? They would be migrating from the regions of the Italy, particularly the cities of Venice and Genoa. At Genoa, Venice, Florence, these cities of the Italian region, they would be the shelter of these scholars, and later on what would happen? The scholars, the Christian scholars from this area, the Christian scholars from this particular area, they would be moving towards the Italy, towards the France, towards the Spain, all these areas, resulting into the complete change, complete overhaul of the European psychology, European mentality, and resulting into the evolution of European society. All right, everyone, evolution of the European society. Not only this European society evolution, it will become more rational. Okay, everybody, more rational, more scientific, more innovative, and not only that, some people will also become anti-religion. And why so? Because they saw the result of the 1,000-year war. They were promised by the Pope that the Christians will win this war. However, they were defeated comprehensively, and now they started questioning the powers of the Pope, the powers of the God, and the existence of the God, which means the liberal philosophy will emerge in the European society as such. There will be the continuous struggle between the supporters of the modern thoughts and the opponents of the modern thoughts. Therefore, the supporters of the modern thoughts, they would be trying to expand their area, expand their ideology, and expand their trade and business to the other parts of the world. Why? Again, the same nexus between the religion and the authority. Guys, try to understand one thing. What will happen when the two different types of the communities will emerge into the religion? Right now, they would be leading to the emergence of heterodox, Protestants, right? Protestants and Anglican, right? Anglican churches. They would be promoters of the trade and commerce, because since they were new, right? They were new sect. Therefore, they needed the support of the king, support of the kings. Okay. Similarly, the modern kings also needed the religious, right? The religious affirmations to justify his decisions. Right, everyone? So always remember that whenever there will be any type of transition, any type of change, do you remember the transition of the Gupta period? Similarly, the transition is taking place here also in Europe. In Europe, the transition is taking place. It is given in the class 9th NCERT, class 10th NCERT, etc. When transition was taking place, basically it resulted into what? Resulted into the mutual support of the newly founded religious communities and the newly established ruling authorities, particularly in the places like Spain, Portugal, and Britain, etc., etc. So what happened? This resulted into the proliferation of a nexus between the trading merchants plus the king plus the religion. Okay, so these three distinct entities entered into a combination, into a you can say compact, and it was a mutual compact, not written anywhere else, but yes, it was understood. However, you can connect the Treaty of Westphalia to this thing, but ultimately this resulted into the emergence of the mercantilism, right? Mercantilism. That is the formation of large corporations they were the agents of the state and church. They were free to conquer, right? Free to conquer and free to convert others. They were also free. They were also allowed monopoly over trade and permitted to build empires. Okay, everyone. So look at the special factors, special reasons, and I'm very sure that those who are not watching at the moment, they are going to miss something very, very significant, because it is equitable, the gold standards of understanding. Let me just tell you. So guys, this is the high time that you should be sharing this session with your friends and your fellow aspirants who are watching this, because this is the most crucial part, which is really important to understand the entire concept of the modern history, because after that we just have the events, this happened, that happened, nothing else, right? Nothing special. So here, first of all, we should be aware, we should be able to understand that what was the exact reason because of which East India Company, it was formed, what was the exact reason because of which the several companies like East India from Britain, from France, from Sweden, from the Spain, from the countries like you can say Denmark, etc. These companies were actually formed, and they came sometimes to rule or to trade. What was the exact reason behind it? So this is the entire story which resulted into the formation of this particular company with great powers. Look at this thing. Every single power was there with the East India Company also. East India Company, it was a large corporation. It was the agent of the British government, agent of the church, Anglican church. It was free to conquer, right? It was free to convert the other people. For example, if not East India Company, then Dutch East India Company was free to convert others. French East India Company was free to convert others, right? And free to make monopoly, take the monopoly rights over the trade. That means only these companies would be trading on behalf of the government of different countries of the Britain. No other person was allowed. And then they were also permitted to establish the empires in India, Southeast Asia, and wherever they wanted to establish. So this is the complete aspect of the onset of the modern age. Now let us begin it with the arrival of the Europeans. arrival of the Europeans. Got it, everybody? So when we are talking about the arrival of the Europeans, try to understand it. Guys, we have the certain sequence. For example, number one, Portuguese, right? Portuguese. Then we have Dutch. Then we have British. Then we have Danish. Then we have French. All right. So Portuguese, Dutch, British, Danish and French. So many European powers. In fact, Swedish powers would also be arriving into India, right? But they will not be greatly successful as such. Talking about Portuguese, 1498. All right. Dutch, 1605. British, 1608. Danes, 1616. 1664. All right. So basically, when we talk about this, it was actually held by Vasco da Gama. And later, right, later by Alfonso, right. In fact, just let me just write down. Francisco de Almeida, right? Francisco de Almeida and Alfonso de Albuquerque. Alfonso de Albuquerque. All right. So these were some of the important people associated with the Portuguese authority in India. We all are aware that, or in fact, we should be aware that Vasco da Gama was the first person. All right, everyone. And he actually came twice more after this initiative in 1498. However, later on, the Portuguese, they tried to establish their settlements, first of all at Calicut, nearby Cochin. Then moving further northwards in the western coast, particularly, and they captured Goa from the Adil Shahi Sultan of Bijapur, and that was done in 1510 AD, right? 1510 AD. So when they captured Goa in 1510 from Adil Shahi, later on they were also successful in grabbing in 1532, right? In 1532 or probably 1534, they were able to capture the Daman and Diu as well as the Salsette and Bassein from the Bahadur Shah of Gujarat. Okay, everyone. So this particular initiative of the Portuguese, under which they tried to establish an empire in India, it became quite successful during its initial years. Especially if we talk about Francisco de Almeida, he had led a policy called as the Blue Water Policy. All right, everyone. And this Blue Water Policy was actually the Portuguese weapon to militarize the entire Arabian Ocean or Arabian Sea or entire Atlantic as such, because according to this policy, the water was the territory of Portuguese, and whichever ship floats on the water, they have to take permissions from the Portuguese authority. This permission was actually issued by the issuance of a letter called as the Cartas, permit letter called Cartas. So this Cartas is also really crucial, okay? Cartas. So these things actually resulted into the supremacy of the Portuguese in the early years of the European advent in the India. But very soon, they had to be replaced as the next superpower, Dutch, the Netherlands, Hollands, whatever you say. The Dutch actually arrived and their factories were established at particularly in the Deccan at a place called Masulipatnam. And very closely following the Dutch, the British were also arriving in India immediately after the Dutch. They also arrived in 1608 when we have William Hawkins. On a ship called as a Hector. He arrived at Surat and reached to Agra. Went to Jahangir or met Jahangir, okay? He met Jahangir. So, after he met Jahangir, he decided to get permission, but he could not attain the permission for establishment of any office or any factory as such. So, therefore, what happened? Therefore, he was followed by establishment of a factory at Surat in 1612. All right, everyone. Surat factory was established in 1612. However, in 1615, there was another sailor, another representative, Thomas Roe. Okay. Thomas Roe. He arrived at the court of Jahangir and obtained concessions, trading concessions. In fact, let me tell you that in 1612 also the Surat factory was permitted by Jahangir because the British, they had defeated the Portuguese. All right. So that is why the permission was granted by Jahangir as a reward to the British. Now after that, Danish were actually more settled in Tranquebar. Okay, Tranquebar near Madras. Okay, modern Chennai. However, they were not interested in empire. Rather in the religion, but more in religion. Okay, so guys, that is why they were very less effective in India, and French were actually the government company, right? Government company established by the finance minister of who was also the prime minister, right? So remember that. Also prime minister of Louis XIV. Okay, just a second. All right. So overall, if we talk about the French factory was at Surat. Now, 1668. So guys, overall, what can we say here? We can say one thing, that this entire sequence is enough to tell us that be it Portuguese or Dutch or the British or the Danish or the French or any other organization coming from European countries, they were basically having the 3G, the goals were having the 3G, right everyone, which included number 1, the God, number 2, gold, number 3, glory. So that is in the consonance with the you can see just what we studied right previously. So in the consonance with the emergence of mercantilism, because the mercantilism that was supporting everything, trade, that is gold, God, that is religion, and glory, that is the king. So every single thing was the target of the mercantile companies. Okay. Now, I hope it's clear to all of you. Now, moving further, and let us understand once again about the establishment of the British rule in India. When they came, they must have done something, right, everyone? So they must have done something. Now, I hope that it's clearly understood to all of you. So guys, now just do one thing. If you can share this session with your friends or with anybody who is interested to learn this modern history for UPSC civil services, whom you know, it will be a great morale booster, because the session is going on continuously since 10 a.m. in the morning without any stop. Okay. So guys, it's a very, very important thing to understand the efforts that we are putting in for you, and I hope that this gigantic effort is definitely going to yield good result, in fact the great results for StudyIQ IAS English. All right, now let us proceed further. Let us understand the establishment of the British rule in India. Establishment of the British rule in India. All right, that's very, very important thing. Very, very important thing. Just let me take some water. All right, sorry. So establishment of the British rule in India. Okay, yes, today there is no lunch, right? In fact, I had also not done the breakfast as well, right? So I think today is the, the fast, only water and class, right? So I hope that this is like, the extremities of finance that we are actually doing, learning from the Jainism. So this is actually the same thing. Yeah, this is actually the same thing which is going on, right? Anyways, so let us understand the establishment of the British rule in India. Guys, when I am talking about the British rule in India, guys, remember that British had the two different challenges. The challenges from European, right, from the European powers and competitors. Challenges from native powers. All right. Challenges for the British, they were of two types. The British, they were receiving the challenges from the European competitors as well as from the native powers. And therefore, we have the examples, mainly the French and the Dutch. All right. With the French, they had the first Carnatic War. All right, everyone. First Carnatic War. Second Carnatic War. And third Carnatic War. All right. And with the Dutch, they had the wars in Southeast Asia. But in India, they had the Battle of Vedara. Battle of Vedara. All right, everybody. Battle of Vedara was basically in the year 1759. And this first Carnatic War took place nearby in 1740 to 46. Then 1748 to 53 and 1756 to 63. This is 54 probably, right? 54. All right. So overall, we can say that the British had two major challengers among the European powers, and they were the Dutch and the French. The Dutch were the largest superpower in the trade and commerce in that period. Particularly, their company was humongous. So Dutch, they had actually the wars with the British in Southeast Asia and in India also. So what was the result ultimately? The result was ultimately that the Dutch, they won in Southeast Asia, and the British, they won in India. They won in India. All right, everybody. And when we talk about the French people, the French actually, they had to fight the numerous wars with the British in India, ultimately resulting into the French, right? They lost to the British. Right, everyone? So when we talk about the Carnatic War, just listen it very carefully. This is very, very important, but does not require the comprehensive writing, etc. So the Carnatic War, the first one, where is Carnatic? First of all, try to understand it. When we talk about, when we talk about this area, guys, this particular place is called as Karnataka. This particular place is called as Karnataka. All right. Why? This Karnataka was actually the area of the Nizam. Right? This area of Nizam. However, it had declared the complete autonomy when the Nizam and his control was growing weak. This is why the British, they were trying to establish their authority in Carnatic region. That is significant because of the coastal proximity with the Spice Islands, right? With the Spice Island. So this is why here it is Madras, right? Here it is Madras. Here it is Puducherry, right? Here it is Vishakhapatnam, Masulipatam, right? All these areas were under Karnataka. So this is why it was very crucial for the British people to have a strong grip in that area. Now, the first Carnatic War, that is the result of the ongoing struggle between France and England in the European land, and that struggle was actually going on because of the Austrian War of Succession. The British and the French wanted that their supportive rulers should be there on the seat of Austria, and therefore they were fighting against each other. Here also what happened? The English tried to capture the French ship near Pondicherry, and the result was that the French governor, whose name was Dupleix, what did he do? He actually called the support from Mauritius and grabbed the entire fleet of Madras and completely took the capture over Madras. This resulted into the defeat of the British in the First Carnatic War. However, the British were able to recover very soon, and ultimately there was the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle that was signed, and it resulted into the the restoration of the both areas, right? Restoration of both areas. However, let me tell you one more thing. When we talk about the second Anglo-French War, right? Make it sure that this war was the proper war which took place because of the Indian factors. In the 1748, there was the death of Nizam Asaf Jah first. Who is Nizam Asaf Jah first? Guys, if you are supposed to remember it, then let me make you a very, very important observation that, okay, this particular area, okay, this particular area that was right, that was actually under the grab of Mughals, and you should be able to understand it very clearly that when the Mughals were declining, what happened? This declining phase of the Mughals, there were the emergence of several kingdoms, like this one is Nizam, then here it was Awadh, here it was Bengal, and here there were the Rajputs, okay, and here this was Marathas, right? This entire area that was Marathas, and here it was Mysore. Okay, so this is basically the 18th century India. 18th century India. Now, when we talk about these areas particularly, try to understand one thing, that this particular death of Nizam had resulted into the war of succession, and which powers were fighting? Guys, there were different contenders. Let me just tell you, these contenders included, number one, Nasir Jung, right? Nasir Jung and Muzaffar Jung. Nasir Jung and Muzaffar Jung. These were fighting for the seat of Nizam. For the seat of Nizam. And in the Karnataka, there was another war going on. That was between Anwaruddin and Chanda Sahib. They were fighting for the post of Nawab of Karnataka. Okay. So actually, the British and the French, they chose their sides. And what happened, that on the British side there was Nasir Jung and there was Anwaruddin. So they were actually fighting together. They were fighting together in the second Carnatic War. What happened? Nasir Jung plus Anwaruddin plus British, they were on one side, they were fighting against Muzaffar Jung plus Chanda Sahib plus French. And ultimately what happened? Ultimately, when in Karnataka the British got success, when in Hyderabad the French got success. So they decided to overcome their obstacles and decided not to fight again due to the Indian factors. But within 2 years, they fought again because of the ongoing battles between France and Britain in the European land. Alright everyone, thank you so much Sanskari ji. So here, third Carnatic War was basically the extension of 7 years war. Extension of 7 years war. All right, which was happening in Europe. So that is why what happened? These two companies also started fighting, and ultimately the result was that French were defeated comprehensively in the Battle of Vandivash. Battle of Vandivash, 1760. And the challenge of the French that was over under the Treaty of Paris. Treaty of Paris, 1763. And in this particular Treaty of Paris, what happened? The French were restricted to have army in India, right? So that is why the French East India Company, they did not have any army of their own in India. And see how important it is to understand that the French East India Company, that is why they were supporting the other authorities. All right, everyone? That is why they were supporting the other Indian rulers to fight against the British. Sometimes they supported Tipu Sultan, sometimes they supported Maharaja Ranjit Singh, sometimes they supported Marathas, and continuously they were supporting the local. Got it? Now, let us understand the challenges from the native powers. So I hope it is clear to everybody that which type of challenges were the British having from the external or from the European competitors. Now they are having the challenges from the native powers. All right, everyone? So here they had the challenges from, see, native powers, they were already disintegrated. They were of the three types. Native powers, they were disintegrated, and they were of the three types. Number one, they were disintegrated, isn't it? Disintegrated. Number one, they were the successor states. Successor states. Okay. Number two, they were the rebellion state. Right? Rebellion states. Number three, they were the independent states. All right. So when we talk about the successor states, it included mainly Awadh, Nizam, and Bengal. Independent states included mainly Rajputana, Travancore, and Mysuru. And rebellion states were including mainly the Marathas and Sikh and Rohilas, right? Rohilas or Rohilas, Rohilas, and not only that, but yes, that is also correct. Okay, Bundela chief, etc. All right. So there were so many different kingdoms existing simultaneously during the period of British onset in India, and the British, they did not have that much of time, or they did not have that much of resources, wars against some of them. So ultimately, using the different strategies, the British were able to tackle the local kingdoms. Now let us understand the different British strategies which they used in order to tackle the local kingdoms. All right, everybody. So try to just keep on interlinking. It's very, very crucial part to understand this context. So what were the British strategies which they were using to, right? Now have a look on this one, guys. Actually, British were using the numerous strategies. Number one, they used the policy of ring fence. Policy of ring fence. Got it? So that means in this particular policy, what did they do? They tried to establish a friendly network around their dominions, around their kingdoms. Okay. Number two, they were using the policy of subordinate isolation. Okay, subordinate isolation. And number three, they were using the policy of subordinate federation. However, when we talk about the first two policies, the first two policies are more important to understand the treatment of the British company with the Indian native rulers. For example, in order to make the ring fence around them, they had two methods. Number one, either the war was required or the treaty was required. All right, everybody. So either war or treaty. If the treaty was friendly, very good. Otherwise, the war was imposed and the treaties used to happen. Right, everybody? So let us understand the British struggle, right, or the British efforts of imperial expansion. Imperial expansion. All right. So they had the major fights. Number one, Battle of Plassey. Number two, Battle of Buxar. Number three, the first Anglo-Mysore War. Anglo-Mysore War. Number four, the first Anglo-Maratha War. Next will be the second Anglo-Mysore War. Next will be the third Anglo-Mysore War. Fourth will be, the next will be the second Anglo-Maratha War. And then there will be the, you can say, third Anglo-Maratha War. So these are basically the wars which are happening, right, everybody? These are the wars which are happening. Now let me insert the treaties which took place in between with some of the other powers. For example, I will just make it more easy for you. And here, Battle of Buxar, Treaty of Allahabad. All right. Only the important treaties we will insert, nothing else. So, Anglo-Mysore War, the Treaty of Madras, Anglo-Maratha War, Treaty of Salbai, all right. Anglo-Mysore War, second Treaty of Mangalore, Mangalore. And guys, there is one issue, just a second. Okay. Fourth Anglo-Mysore War. All right. Treaty of Mangalore, and here the Treaty of Seringpatnam, right? Treaty of Seringpatnam, right? Seringpatnam. Then Anglo-Mysore War, then Anglo-Maratha War. Okay, fine. Here it is. The Treaty of Suraji Anjangaon. Then third Anglo-Maratha War, Treaty of Poona. All right. There are more treaties, but we will not try to remember each and every term, each and every treaty. It's not important as such. But I will tell you verbally, right? So you can listen to those treaties also. Battle of Plassey. Guys, when did it happen? Remember the chronology. Modern history is very, very easy to learn once you are able to understand the chronology. Okay? Battle of Plassey, when did it happen? 1757. Remember, 1748 to 1763, what was going on? The struggle between the Britain and the France, struggle between British East India and French East India. This is why here in Battle of Plassey, the French will be supporting Nawab Sirajuddaulah, British will be fighting against Nawab Sirajuddaulah. So this is actually a type of extension of the Anglo-French struggle in India, a type of extension of that only. Okay. There were, of course, the other reasons like the personal ambitions of Mir Jafar. He wanted to become the Nawab instead of Sirajuddaulah because Mir Jafar was much elder and he much experienced also. However, what happened? That British took the benefit of this internal fight and entered into this battle and won the battle with the complete deceit and treachery. However, British also required to justify that why are they fighting a battle. So they justified it by giving the excuse of the black hole tragedy, which was not verified by the contemporary historical sources. Got it? Then Battle of Buxar, 64. So British got the problem of Bengal completely resolved, right? Completely resolved. And therefore, what happened? This problem of Bengal was resolved and resulted into the Treaty of Allahabad, where British had single-handedly defeated a tripartite alliance of Shah Alam, Mughal Emperor, Shujauddaulah, Nawab of Awadh, and Mir Qasim, Nawab of Bengal, right? So ultimately the result was that in Treaty of Allahabad, what happened? 1765. What happened there? The East India Company became Diwan of Bengal. That means official Mughal court member. All right. So now they had the legitimate, they got legitimate right to fight against other rulers. So guys, most of us, we do not even pay attention to this wala factor because this is a very, very important factor. Remember always that whenever you do not have any justifiable excuse to hide your atrocity, hide your intentions, you cannot give any excuse, right? So British wanted that excuse. Some of you must be having that question in your mind that why did British leave the Mughal emperor despite defeating him? Because the Mughal emperor was their key, their unique lock code, which would allow them to participate in the ongoing struggle, that ongoing Bandarbat which was happening, right? So basically, this was the official position that British wanted to improve the official position of their company by becoming the member of the Mughal imperial system, and this is why they demanded the Diwani of Bengal and they got it. The problem was solved. Rest everything is just useless because the British, East India Company promised 26 lakh per year to emperor. All right, to emperor. Not only that, East India Company demanded 53 lakh per year from emperor for the Nizamat, that means the law and order. Then it also signed a treaty with Nawab of Awadh, and this is very, very crucial, right? Very, very crucial. And why so? Because under it demanded the freedom of Banaras, Banaras kingdom, and transferred Allahabad and Kada from Awadh to Mughal emperor, and also put a fine of 50 lakh. So guys, you are able to understand it very, very clearly, I hope so, that the British were not leaving any opportunity to extract the wealth from the Indian rulers because they had the immediate necessity of the money, as they wanted to fund their wars in the Indian subcontinent, not by their company profits, but by their own earnings, right everyone? So this is why they were attacking and extracting the money either from the Awadh or from the Nizam or from the Mysore or from any other kingdom. They were extracting the money because they did not want to fund their wars from their commercial profit. Okay? So guys, we all should be aware that when they were in Bengal, they already had the very important permissions given by Farrukhsiyar in 1717 in the form of the golden farman called as dastak, the rights to dastak. So these dastak were the passes of the free trade in Bengal by the East India Company. However, when they lost this advantage, they imposed a war on the Bengal. So everything is actually being done for the money, because do not forget East India Company, right? East India Company, that is actually established as a mercantile organization working for the profit. So that is the most important part. Okay. Total classes kitne hain, sir? Total classes kitne nahi, but total classes for how many hours? So I hope that it is going to take like 1 more hour or something, but maybe we will come for the freedom struggle or any other part separately, might be possible. Now, when we talk about the other aspects, apart from the Treaty of Allahabad, we have the Anglo-Mysore War here in the first war, which took place from 1767 to 69. Treaty of Madras 1769. Anglo-Maratha, first Anglo-Maratha War 1770, just a second, 1775 to 1782. And Treaty of Salbai 1782. Second Anglo-Mysore War 1780 to 84. Treaty of Mangalore 1784. Third Anglo-Mysore War took place in 1790, say 92. And the Treaty of Seringpatnam 92. Then we have the second Anglo-Maratha War took place from 1802 to 1805. And Treaty of Suraj-Janjangao 1803. Sorry, 1805. I'm sorry, 5. Then Anglo-Maratha third 1818. And Treaty of Pune 1818. Guys, remember one thing, right? Remember one thing. I hope that this chronology will give you a clear idea that starting from 1757 up to 1818, the British were able to garner the complete support system for them. They were able to grab the entire area in the Deccan and in the southern India. Entire area means most of the area, or the rulers who were not in their favor, they were defeated and they were forced to submit. Got it? Yes, everyone? Now the British has the challenge in the northern India. So they will be trying to annex and implement their policies in the northern India simultaneously. So guys, when did they become relaxed in the southern India? When they killed Tipu Sultan in the battle. They became relaxed because their challenge, it was almost over. Marathas had become extremely weak. Apart from Tipu, there was no one else in the southern India who was strong to fight against the British. Therefore, my dear, after the death of Tipu Sultan in 1800 or 1799, what will happen? This fourth Anglo-Mysore War, it took place in 1799, okay? So after the death of Tipu Sultan in that war, the British will start emphasizing upon the northern India, right? And it is very, very crucial to understand 1799 death of Tipu. 1800, or in fact, just a second, 1795 to 1815, Napoleon Bonaparte became French Supremo. So guys, remember this point. British were completely under the threat from Napoleon. And at the same time, the British were also under the threat under the threat of a treaty which took place in 1807. Guys, this treaty is called as the, just a second. All right, here. The Treaty of Tilsit. Treaty of Tilsit. And in this Treaty of Tilsit, what was happening? In this treaty, it was basically the Franco, right? The Franco-Russian and alliance. And therefore, immediately, what will happen? Got it, everybody? So guys, even you can see here that how are the global matters, how are the global affairs responsible for the events in India. So some people think that Maharaja Ranjit Singh was very strong and that is why the British were afraid of him and that is why they entered into the treaty with Maharaja Ranjit Singh. Absolutely wrong. Actually, the British were willing that there should be someone in the northwestern India, particularly Punjab and Afghanistan region, who should be friendly with the British and who should be powerful also, so that if there is any attack or invasion from the Russian side, either in Afghanistan or in Punjab, that person will handle and British, they will be safe. So that's why what happened? This treaty which took place between the French and the Russian alliance, right? This actually resulted into the policy shift, of the British. All right, everyone. And they focused upon what? They focused upon the creation of buffer zones. All right, everyone. Creation of the buffer zone in the northwestern of India. So that is why what will they do? 1809, they will be signing the Treaty of Amritsar. Amritsar with Maharaja Ranjit Singh. All right, Ranjit Singh. And once they will focus on the northern India, they will also emphasize upon the neighborhood, the Himalayan regions. The British will try to completely dominate the Himalayan territory. This is why what will they do? In 1809, the Treaty of the Amritsar with Punjab. In 1816, the Treaty of Sugauli with Nepal. All right, with Nepal. And similarly, 1826, the Treaty of Yandabo. Treaty of Yandabo with Burma. Then again, they will be having the treaties with 1832, right? 1832, the new treaty, the treaty with Afghans, Sindh and Punjab. And afterward, what will happen? Guys, have a look on this thing. It is a very, very crucial, very important point to correlate. Actually, British had completely secured their Himalayan corridors from the northeast, from the northern parts, from the northwestern parts, and therefore they wanted that now their kingdom is secured in India. So when the danger of Napoleon, it completely vanished, when the French and British relations, they improved, then they started giving their attention more on the frontier areas of the northwest like Afghanistan, Sindh, etc. It is because the Russian domination was increasing in that area. So the entire policy of the British in the northwestern or in the northeastern frontiers, the entire British policy was the result of Anglo-French and Anglo-Russian relations. This is the mindset that you need to inculcate, you need to develop over a period of time so that you can understand and correlate the entire subject matter. All right, everyone. Now I hope it's clear to all of you that here eventually what will happen? Eventually in 1838 there will be a renewed treaty with the Sindh. However, in 1839 itself, the Sindh will enter into the subsidiary alliance. And guys, this subsidiary alliance, what is this subsidiary alliance? This is a very, very important part of that policy which was initiated during the period of Lord Wellesley. Okay, so when we talk about the two important treaties, there are the subsidiary or doctrines, you know. So doctrine of subsidiary alliance. Okay, and the doctrine of lapse. These two were the most crucial weapons used by the British to expand their alliance, right? Okay, everyone. So make it sure that the doctrine of subsidiary alliance, it was actually used to paralyze the neighboring kingdoms or paralyze the dependencies. For example, if I am telling you one thing, suppose there is a small kingdom. This kingdom is asking for the help from the British. British would put the condition. They would not allow the small kingdom to have its own army. They will ask the small kingdom to provide the shelter to the British resident in their capital and allow the British forces to station in their capital on the expenditure provided by the state which is asking for the help. So ultimately, what will be the result? The smaller states taking the help from the British will be completely paralyzed and ultimately it will be annexed into the British kingdom. So this policy was useful to annex the kingdoms of Marathas particularly. Even large parts of Nizam were also annexed. Large part of Awadh was also annexed. So the larger kingdoms were allowed to rely on this policy. For others, the doctrine of lapse, this was the policy where the British, they did not allow any of their protectorate kingdoms. Protectorate means whose defense was the responsibility of East India Company. So they did not allow any of their protectorates to continue ruling their kingdom in case they did not have the legal successor biologically, a male. So they did not have a son, they will not be allowed to continue ruling that area. This policy was used with Satara, Jaitapur, Sambal, Nagpur, Jhansi, all these smaller kingdoms. Got it, everybody? So ultimately, what happened? Ultimately, the British were able to even annex the Sindh also. Sindh was completely annexed in 1843 when there was the Governor General Lord Ellenborough. Okay, everyone? He was the Governor General and Charles Napier was the commander when Sindh was annexed in 1843. Now in the northern India, they had only one challenge, that was Punjab. Because they had been brutally defeated by Afghans in 1839 to 42. So that's why in the frustration they had captured Sindh. But Punjab was still there. But Punjab was like, it was like a low-hanging fruit, which could be, which could fall any time into the British lap. and same thing happened. Same thing happened because afterwards in 1846 to 48 and later on in 1849, what happened? There was the, in 1845-46. 1845-46, there was the First Anglo-Sikh War, right? First Anglo-Sikh War. And in 1849, the Second Anglo-Sikh War. All right, everyone. In the First Anglo-Sikh War, there was a treaty, very important treaty called as the Treaty of Lahore. Treaty of, in fact, let me just tell you the Treaty of Lahore and later on the Treaty of Bhairawal. Two treaties were there, Treaty of Bhairawal. All right. So guys, when in the First Anglo-Sikh War, the British won the battle, what did they do? They demanded to place a British resident in the Lahore court. They demanded the war indemnity of 1.5 crore Nanak Shahi rupees, and in the exchange of 75 lakh Nanak Shahi rupees, 75 lakh, the British, they sold the area of Kashmir which was offered to them by the Sikh Empire. The British sold this area of Kashmir to Maharaja Gulab Singh Dogra, and from this particular treaty, which was called as the Second Treaty of Amritsar, this separate treaty under which Gulab Singh Dogra became the king of Kashmir, this became the beginning of princely state of Jammu and Kashmir, which is at present a union territory. And in the Treaty of Bhairawal, which was after few months of the Lahore Treaty, the British, they suspended Rani Jindan Kaur, who was a mother of Maharaja Duleep Singh, a young boy of just 9 years. And after a couple of years, the British fought a war again, and they duped Rani Jindan Kaur, arrested her and lodged her into the jail, and they sent Maharaja Duleep Singh to Britain on the scholarship and grabbed the Kohinoor diamond from him. So guys, this is the entire story up to 1857, because after this what will happen? There will be the one final annexation that will be the annexation of Awadh in 1856, and after that the people will lose their patience and they will grab the opportunity to fight a war against the British. All right, everyone. So I am I think I have decided to close the session up to this, right, everyone? Because after 1857, you have a lot of resources to cover up. So it is more than 9 hours, I think. So we will not continue further, right? And hopefully you all are able to understand and you all are able to enjoy this comprehensively. So guys, actually the way in which I try to teach to the students is a very different manner of teaching. It's not that conventional way where I am just oversimplifying the things. This is not my job to oversimplify the things for you. But the thing is that I really want to make the correlations easy for you. Not the facts, not the fundas, not the events. So this is why some of the students who do not have any basic idea, who do not have any understanding of how the logic works, so they will find it a little bit difficult. But otherwise, I can assure you of one thing, that this is exactly how it is going to help you in the prelims as well as the mains of UPSC Civil Services examination. In the next week, I am coming with another session which is going to cover the Indian freedom struggle piece by piece, part by part, complete. All right? In fact, the complete modern history I will be covering. So thank you so much for staying for so long with us, and make it sure that you do not hesitate in sharing this session as much as you can. That will be very much helpful and very much encouraging for me to have the access of this session to as many people as possible. All right? So guys, thank you so much for this session. Take care, bye-bye, and Jai Hind. Thank you.
StudyIQ IAS, अब तैयारी हुई अफोर्डेबल।